Welcome back, Ignis. I've just had word from Erendville. It seems he's managed to secure passage to Tyrol aboard a guild ship vessel. Why don't you wait in the main hall while I go and inform your travel companions? It should only take a moment. Ojika gave us the good news. We've made ready to set sail at a moment's notice. The only one yet to arrive is Erendville himself. Ah, you're all here. It took some persuasion, but the Gleaner's Guild ship has granted us places aboard a vessel bound for Tyrol. There will be other passengers, researchers, and artisans and the like, so we'll need to share deck space. That's fine, Erendville. I doubt anyone expected we'd have a ship all to ourselves. They're not casting off just yet, so if you have any lingering concerns, now's the time to voice them. I wouldn't call it a concern, but everyone's still clear on what it is we'll be doing in Tyrol, yes? We've not forgotten. The nation of Tulioli is in the midst of deciding its next ruler. As your chosen allies, we shall assist you during the rite of succession and support your bid to become Dawn's servant. In addition to that, Alpino and I have another objective. As part of its reconstruction, Garlemald seeks ways to reconcile and re-engage with its neighbors. By visiting Tyrol, we hope to learn more about how its myriad cultures interact with one another, how they find common ground, develop stronger ties, the sort of insights that might help our friends in Ilsefard. But we'll pursue this goal in our own time. You can be assured that we'll give the contest all due attention. That's all I ask. Otherwise, you're welcome to do as you like. You wanted to find out about your grandfather, right, Cryo? Yes, as far as we could determine from the old missive I found, he had been tasked with investigating the Golden City by your father, the Dawn Servant. Yet, oddly enough, we have no record of that investigation in our archives and nothing to explain the earring which accompanied the letter. Thus, the reasons, both official and personal, I should very much like to get to the bottom of this mystery. I'm sure there will be a chance to speak with Papa. You can get your answers right from the source. I look forward to meeting him. In any case, you're not the only one with an interest in the City of Gold. The Golden City is a children's bedtime story. I am part of this expedition only because the Third Promise has commanded that I serve as a guide. Still playing the part of the stoic serpent, I see. But of you, don't you dare tell me you've changed your mind. I got lucky. It was only at like 300. Let's see, hoist sail. Let's go and take as she pleases. Well said. We won't go far wallowing in the shadows. Right then, if we are still committed to the journey, then I say we make ready to depart. Eager as they are, the others have already left for the harbor. We're not in danger of missing the boarding call, but perhaps we should be on our way as well.
Savoring the moment? I can feel your excitement, your eagerness to explore the unknown.
Well, for once, the fate of the world doesn't rest on our shoulders. We might even get a chance to enjoy ourselves.
Do not be so quick to relax. Oh, Tural may seem but a short sail away on a map. The vast seas between brim with peril. The treacherous waters of Shade's Triangle alone have claimed countless vessels. Even following the safe route plotted by Admiral Bufiswin herself, this will be no pleasure cruise.
Perhaps, but my voyage here was uneventful enough. Disappointingly so.
Either way, the two of you have first-hand experience, which will be of great comfort in the days ahead, I'm sure.
Aye, it's nothing new to us.
All aboard! We're casting off!
It's time. I trust you have everything you need?
Well, no, I'm missing a Vieira, but he's stuck in a line.
And so does our ship cast off from the docks. We sail west, as Cattenram did some 80 years past, bound for the New World, known to her children as the continent of Tural.
Just wait, Papa. When this contest is said and done, it'll be your daughter who sits the throne. Me, Woklamat!
You're done. The graphics look great, though. They all look so beautiful. Oh, all these are so short.
Smooth sailing so far?
Aye, so far so good.
No.
But this sea, she's a fickle one. Calm one moment, blowing a gale the next.
I'll take my rest while I can, then.
We left port what seems an age ago now, and we've seen naught but open water ahead. I knew Tural was far, but it's another thing to really know.
I obviously can't stop you from skipping the cutscenes.
Speaking of which, some of our fellow passengers have made this trip before. Several times, in fact. I was able to learn a few things about Tuliolal and the right of succession. Since we still have a long way to go, why not have a chat with them yourself? I'm sure you have questions of your own.
God, the game looks so amazing.
Did you look out across these same waters, grandfather?
I'm gonna hide that while the cutscene's on. Oh, this would be my first visit to Tyrol. I'm gonna say your name wrong. Forgive me. Fontaine Sine, I was working at S. Times Aesthetics in Muldaw, you see, but my employment with them came to an end. That's why I visited Charlie in the hopes of starting over. While I was attempting and failing to find a new job, I seized a chance to board this vessel when I heard a room of another passenger had suddenly opened up. I'm told the Dawn Servant welcomes all regardless of origin, and so Tuliolol seemed like the perfect place to begin anew. Oh yeah, no, everyone looks great. Hopefully things will be better this time. I can feel my edge start to dull on these long sea voyages. How about some light sparring later? I see you in Eorzea before, you great and famous hero. God, I've had enough of playing the simpleton. There was a time when we took great pains to maintain the deception, but the more Eorzeans coming to Tyrol, it's becoming impractical. Besides, my mercenary days are over. Too many of our warband have fallen, and so we head home to lick our wounds. My story, well, since you asked, I wanted to retrace the historic journey of the great Keteran. You know, the first Eorzean to set foot on Tyrol, almost 80 years ago. The Mumblejaw's leader is said to have welcomed Keteran with open arms and sent him home with a bounty of silverware as a token of their friendship. But the real treasure was the crops he brought back, popotos, tomatoes, and corn, which spread across Eorzea like wildfire. His grand adventure led to a culinary revolution. The tale says Keteran returned to Tyrol several times after that, but his ship vanished during his last recorded voyage, and he was never heard from again. That even a seasoned explorer like him could meet such an end is a testimony to the ocean's peril. I heard Arenville was looking for passage to Tuliolol, so I managed to squeeze his party aboard one of our chartered vessels. As fortune would have it, we had just scheduled an expedition to Tyrol. An adventurer, I presume? I'm a merchant myself, based in Muldaw. Specialty imports and exports, Eorzean and Tyroli both. If this is your first crossing the Salt, as they say, do remember that the social mores of Eorzea are not necessarily the same as those over yonder. Consider this, it is not uncommon for the various races to be referred to as said by the names of certain clans. For the miqo'te, the Hestaro, the Hrothgar, the Jabal. Not because every member is given of a clan is given not because every member of a given clan is of the same race, mind, but because any individuals of said race are associated with the clan. A fair assumption in certain cases, but take care not to give offense. I'm told this vessel has been equipped with a barrier generator to protect it from storms. A reassuring thought, though I nevertheless pray there will be no need for it. Do you want to make a wager? We're taking bets on who'll be sat next in the Dawn Servant's shiny chair. There are 4 claimants in the right of succession. Your young Wooklamot being one of them, of course. But from what a Mumble-jaw bloke was telling us, the other 3 are all strong contenders. Not too many keen to risk their coin on the 3rd promise. I see. Oh, there's Wooklamot. Deep breaths. Did you learn anything of interest? Oh, I had heard about the clan names. We should have Wooklamot and Arenville teach us the ones we should know. Actually, it's getting a little chilly up here on deck. Let's all gather in the cabin. Okay.
We're in for a proper storm, it seems.
Oh, she got seasick. Poor Wooklamat.
How's your stomach? Any better?
I don't know what you mean. I don't get seasick. I'm just feeling a little nauseous is all.
That's seasickness, Wooklamat.
Isn't that what seasickness is?
Erenville, you were born in Tural, yes? Do many Vieira live there?
The Shitona, as my people are called, have settlements mainly in the north, in Shaktural.
And your family?
I know nothing of my father, not even his name. As for my mother...
Where the teeth of the nomads? Reef that sail for the last snaps!
Oh dear.
Got a little wild.
Only knows who's on watch! This wind's too strong to take in this... Ah! I'm going off the mast! We need help! Get him below decks first! Quickly! Before he's washed overboard!
That's not
Come,
good.
we should lend what aid we can.
I have not seen the ocean rage with such fury before or since. The heaving waves tossed our ship about like a toy, sending sailors tumbling. The dauntless Alizé, quick to the rescue, was almost lost to the sea herself. Meanwhile, our champion rushed to deploy the vessel's magical defenses, and thereby shield us from the lightning.
Nice.
What an extraordinary life she must lead to be able to operate such a device with practiced ease. Wooklamat, too, threw herself into the rescue efforts, though one might have mistaken her for another soul in distress.
Poor Wooklamat. I love Erenville's little narration.
By the time the unruly seas had calmed, our strength was all but spent, and we had yet to even glimpse the shores of Tural. In retrospect, of course, that battle against the storm would prove a fitting prelude to the coming contest for the throne.
Well, that was exciting.
Morning. Joining us for some fresh air? Seems my belly has settled along with the weather, but I'll feel much better once we're on solid ground.
That is pretty fast if you're at 900 already.
Can't be much farther now, can it?
Seabirds. Land must be near. You need only hold out a while longer.
For a dark moment, I thought the ocean might swallow us. Glad to have my pessimism proven wrong.
In other good news, I examined the sailor who took a fall, and he's faring well. I'm sure he'll make a full recovery.
Good news indeed. If all's well, then we needn't delay in launching the landing boat. Ships have to lower anchors some way from shore. Too close, and they risk having their underbellies ripped open by the reefs that crowd Tuliola's coasts. Come.
That makes sense.
Thanks for bringing us all this way.
Ha! We only did what we were paid to do. Couldn't hardly set you adrift halfway.
Still, it's appreciated.
If anything, it should be us thanking you for helping us through that beast of a storm. As a matter of fact, everyone's starting to fancy your chances in the contest. At this rate, we won't be able to lay wagers no more.
Then I better not let you down. Easy, stomach. Easy.
Poor Wiclamot.
We're the last to board. If there's nothing left to say, then let's shove off, shall we?
She looks so pretty in the graphic updates.
Blue seas, clear skies, and boundless possibilities. I dare say our destination will soon be in sight.
Look at her, ready to go.
Enjoying yourself for a change?
Look at her pretty
Look,
face.
my friends. Behold the scene of our next great adventure.
At last, we are come to the land you call the New World. To my home, Tural.
Halo drop. Yoktural, Tuliolol. I'm gonna say all these wrong probably, and I beg for forgiveness. That must be the Dawn servant. Looks impressive enough. Come on. Go explore.
I've seen cities with an impressive mix of cultures, but this is something else.
Is that a... No. I've never seen Vanu feathers in that color before.
You'll find much here you never knew existed. There may be a sea route now, but visitors to Tulihyolal are still few and far between. And as we don't build seafaring ships, only a handful of Turali ever venture abroad.
Mamulja sellswords mostly. Those willing to play the fool sail with Lominsan merchants to secure employment in Eorzea.
I suppose that makes us a rare sight in your country.
Rare and currently undocumented. Were there some forms we should fill out, or...?
Forms? Did you forget who you're traveling with?
Look, we just want to make sure we do everything right.
You are outsiders? Visitors to Tural?
Hi!
We are.
Our nation is soon to hold a right of succession to choose its next Dawn servant. We will not abide interference from foreign agents seeking to foment trouble. What brings you to Tulihyolal?
I can answer that. These fine people are allies in my succession bid.
Third promise. If you vouch for them, then all is well. Of course.
Please, accept our apologies.
No need to bow and scrape. That our soldiers are so diligent in their duties fills me with pride.
We'll be continuing our patrol then.
Well, well. You really are a figure of authority here.
Are you suggesting I don't look the part? Anyway, first things first. I bid you welcome to Tulihyolal.
Can I go explore now? Hey! Oh right, they brought in a new feature, didn't they? Let me see. Hide there. Ah, there we go. Okay. There's Aaronville. Okay. Well, despite the storm's efforts to the contrary, here we are, safe and sound. You have arrived in Tulihyolal. You can return to the city at any time by speaking with the swarthy sailor at Scholar's Harbor and Old Charlene. While being on solid ground has improved Wicklamat's mood, her stomach appears to be lagging behind. Right then, first things first. I'm still a bit queasy. No more boats for a while. I realize you just arrived, but we should get you familiar with the city before the rite of succession begins. No arguments here. I should very much like to explore. Then I'll guide you. Are you sure you're in any condition to do so? We were wondering who these strange folk were, so the third promise has found herself some new followers then. Followers? Booklamot, are you unwell? No, not at all. Couldn't be better. The third promise does not get seasick, no sir. As for my hand-picked entourage here, I've recruited them to help me win the right of succession. I was about to show them around the city, in fact. That sounds lovely. But a group of foreigners is going to attract attention, especially if they're in the company of the third promise. Everyone will be curious. We certainly were. Your siblings have a tendency to command a respectful distance, but you're so easy to approach. And I enjoy it so much when you do. Please, don't ever worry that you're a bother to me. You're very kind. Good day to you, third promise. They did have a point. Booklamot is technically a royalty here. Like it or not, a person of her station surrounded by this many outsiders is bound to draw a crowd. Wait, what do you mean technically? I suggest we move in 2 groups so as to attract less attention. But just technically ignoring me then. Ignis, you and Kryl come with me. I'll take the twins then. We'll get in touch once we've had a good look around. That voyage was hard on all of us. Let's take it slow and recuperate. We have time enough for that. Enjoy your wanderings. Perhaps we should wait a bit, at least until Booklamot's nausea subsides. No need for that. Look, I'm ready to go. Ugh. Oh, you got logged in. Yay! I'm fine now, really. Can't stand around all day feeling sorry for myself, what with the contest looming and all. Now then, seeing as we're already here, I might as well tell you about the harbor. Aaronville already mentioned the reefs in our coastal waters, which explains why you don't see any big ships moored at the docks. Only vessels with shallow drafts can navigate the bay. Mostly small fishing boats or barges carrying cargo up and down the river from inland settlements. Oh, much of the incoming traffic is from miqo'te, the southern landmass. The clans there produce various goods for export. Their wares are unloaded here and carted off from the merchant stalls to the neighboring markets. Speaking of which, Bayside Bevy should be our next stop. Yeah, I know how that works. Welcome. Who will give meat? This is Bayside Bevy, Tuliola's largest marketplace. Being right on the harbor, everything from fresh fish to imported wares go directly to the shelves. Anything you want, they most likely have. Oh right, I should mention that here in Tuliolal, we buy things with Pel, a currency that the Pelu created. But don't worry, more and more trade is coming in from Eorzea, so most shops are happy to accept your gil. There's also Wakamekimeki, another market to the east of here, but that can wait for another time. I have other places I want to show you first. Next, we'll head back a bit, then northwards up the stairs to a certain plaza. Can't wait to see the look on your faces. Yeah, in a minute. Let's see, there's a summoning bell. There's a hunt board. Can I look at your stuff yet? Okay. Alright, I need to complete a quest first. Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to pronounce any of these right. Okay, so I can't do anything with the hunt yet. There's a retainer person over there. So I can have a retainer stationed in Tuliolo. Nice, nice. See, materia vendor, melder, independent merchants, mender. What do you have? Probably just the usual stuff that... Ooh! Gissel greens, no, I got some of those before. Fishing bait. That's all you got? Alright. Battlecraft. Ooh, tradecraft supplier. What do you have in items? Fishing stuff. Okay. A car as a fishing tackle. Oh, these are like level 94. Okay, okay, not bad. Hold on. Gear. I want to look at gear. I'm curious what it looks like. Ah, PvP recolors again. That's cool. I actually like how that looks, to be honest. Nice. Oh no, that's not PvP. That's the that one Alamican set. I do like how that looks too. Thigh window and all. I'm not a fan of those shoes though. Okay. Sorry, look, Lama. I had to look around. It's very important. What do you think of that, eh? Goodness me, you have Aetherites in Tuliolo? I think I told you before, but my brother, Kawana, spent 3 years studying in Sharlayan. He fell in love with the nation and its ways, and brought back to us knowledge of Aetherite construction. Papa warmed to the idea at once, had one built immediately. Did you do the attuning thing? If you're ready to continue, we'll head down again, and then up the slope to the side. Right at the top is the gate, which leads to Jactral. Let's make a stop at Bright Bloom Post on the way, though. That's the headquarters for the Lance Guard. Oh, don't worry, Tuliolo. This would be one of the first things I grab. I know I'm not going the right way, but I want to explore. I can't imagine the DPS queues probably sucks right now with Viper and Pictomancy. We have a lot of narrow, winding streets that crawl up the sides of the mountains. As you can see, though, the builders made sure the city's main thoroughfares were wide enough to accommodate wagons. Trudging up and down all these slopes and stairs is exhausting. I understand now where Luc Lamont gets her endless endurance. Oh, I don't have a minion now. Oh no. Oh no. Get here, little guy. There we go. Okay. All's good. Here we are, Bright Bloom Post, a soldier stationed here responsible for defending Tuliyola and preserving the peace. The Lance Guard are led by our nation's strongest warrior, and so naturally Papa has commanded them since the beginning. At least until 3 years ago, when Zoral Ja took over as commander. The title is no empty honor. It means the first promise is considered equal to the Dawn Servant in martial strength. Meanwhile, I haven't even managed to... Well, I'll discuss my brothers and their accomplishments later. Elvino and Alize should be around here too. Should be around to hear it too. Come on, it's time I showed you the Sky Gate. It's right at the northern end of Talon March. Massive, isn't it? And on the other side is an equally massive bridge to match. Both were constructed by a race of giants, the Yokyoi. Strictly speaking, Tural is actually two separate continents. Yok-Tural, the southern lands of the mother, and Yok-Tural, the northern lands of the father, which lie beyond the bridge. Legend says it used to be one great landmass, but long ago the two gods fought a titanic battle, and when one threw the other to the ground, the impact was so devastating as to split the continent in twain. A familiar sounding tale. I am put in mind of the conflict between Hydaelyn and Zodiark. But back to Yok-Tural. Those lands are also part of the Tuliyola nation, correct? That's right. Isn't my father incredible? He united the peoples of two continents into a single nation. And many clans of Tural have been at war for generations. It was only when Papa traveled the lands and put a stop to their myriad conflicts that we finally had peace. And that's the main reason I want to win the throne, so I can preserve the peace he built. But I see you're more interested in what's beyond the gate than hearing about my aspirations. Crossing the bridge to Yok-Tural requires a special travel pass. Unfortunately, they won't issue any new permits until the Rise succession is over. I promise to get you in when I'm Dom Servant, but until then, you'll just have to wait. Then I'll make sure you win, mark my words. You really mean that. Woe to anyone who stands between you and adventure. You must have covered half the city by now. Tuliyola is unlike any other place I've visited. I'm thoroughly enjoying myself. I don't need that because I have that. I'll hold on to it for Naruto. Book Lamont is ready to commence the second half of your Tuliyola tour. We'll head west next, towards the Arc of the Dawn. The dirigible landing is on the way. You have dirigibles too? Tuliyola certainly doesn't want for methods of travel. We get by. Now, if you've seen enough of this area, let me know and we'll continue on. The Arc of the Dawn is on the other side of the city, so speak up if you see something that interests you as we walk. I'm still struggling to conceive how one could construct an entire city on the side of a mountain. This was originally the site of Yogkyoi Temple. The giants built it when they were first making the bridge to Yogg-Thorol to appease the god who slumbers in the great ocean trench. After the Yogkyoi withdrew, the temple stood empty for centuries, so when Papa was establishing his new nation, he saw a structure he could refurbish into a palace, sitting practically in the center of Tyrol. He gathered artisans to do the work, and the houses they built for themselves became the foundation of the city you see today. Speaking of houses, we'll be passing through the Resplendent Quarter, the biggest residential district in Tuliyola. We climbed these sets of stairs here all the way up. I saw a cane run by. Wait, where am I going? Oh, okay. So that's a sightseeing log person. They always had the name Ironheart. Aw, that's adorable. So this is the Resplendent Quarter. What manner of people live here? Oh, we have residents from all the Yogg-Thorol clans. Namulja, Zerbal, Pelu, Moblin, Hanu. We also have Tonawata, Hasaro, and Shatona, who moved south from their ancestral lands in Yogg-Thorol. In essence, it's a gathering of people from every corner of Tyrol. A true representation of Tuliola's diverse character. The adornments on each building contribute to the eclectic cultural aesthetic. It's also beautiful. I'm glad you think so. Come, we continue down the stairs. Oh, I probably have to get back around. That big drum there is called the Dawntrail. They play it for formal occasions, like when honoring the Lance Guard returned from a dangerous duty. I tried hitting it with my axe once and ripped the skin. Earned me a proper scolding, let me tell you. I think that was the time Papa held me upside down by the ankle. I've never seen such an enormous drum. What would one even use to beat such an instrument? I don't know. I don't even see it, to be honest. Oh, that must be it. All right. And here are our dirigibles. Not bad, eh? I hear other nations use airships to sail the skies, but you'll only find balloons until the Olal. We have them for the exact same reason as the Aetherites. Koana brought back the plans from Charlie, and Papa thought them fantastic and commissioned their construction. This was around 3 years ago. Since that time, we've added flights to other settlements. Trade with frontier communities have never been easier. But that's enough about dirigibles. The Arch of the Dawn awaits. Oh, back this way? Oh wait, hold on. Wait, it's the Aetherite over here. Wait! There's an Aetherite. I want the Aetherite. Collection. Ether compass. I'm gonna need you later. Uh-oh. I think it froze. There it goes. Alright. All the players froze. This is it, the Arch of the Dawn. When the giants are still here, it is known as the Yogg-Saral Landgate. But when Papa founded Tuliolal, everyone began using its present name in honor of his great achievement. Through the gate is Kozama Uka, the wetlands south of the city. Depending on what the Rise Succession asks of us, we might end up going in that direction. Kozama Uka. The name alone is intriguing. Speaking of which, what were those fluffy animals we passed earlier? Ah, those are alpacas, fearsome, four-legged fiends. Fearsome, they seem quite placid to me. You'll learn soon enough, Krile, you'll learn soon enough. You had a bad run-in with the alpaca. Forget the alpacas, I have something far more important to show you. Come along. Okay. Where to next? If you wish to learn the history of Tuliolal, then look no further. Those stone pillars, you mean? What is special about these pillars, if I may ask? At a glance, they might look like ordinary stone decorations, but if you take a really good look, you'll see there's something much more interesting. Pictures. Wait, no, these are glyphs. They seem to tell a series of stories, many of them featuring a two-headed Mamujal. Oh, then this must be... That's right, it follows the exploits of my father, Gululu Jaja, and his journey to unite our lands. We call it the Tuliyollal Saga. The deeds he performed and bonds he forged, all immortalized in stone. There's no better way to learn how Tuliyollal came to be. Study them as long as you like. This pillar tells the lay of the Brotherhood. It depicts the scene where Papa granted an audience to the foreign explorer Ket something. I can never remember the name. You mean Keten Rum? Oh, that's the one. Keten Rum's arrival in Tyrol is what prompted Papa to embark on his own journey. It's said that the two grew to be close friends, brothers in spirit if not in blood, but no one knows what became of the explorer in later years. Keten Rum's disappearance is a mystery in Eorzea as well. The records say he traveled between our lands and yours for a while, and then it's assumed he was lost at sea. Here we have the Lay of the Reeds. This is the story of when Papa visited the Hanu Hanu in their village in Kozamauka. All the people Alfie know almost mistook for a Vanu Vanu, if not for the colorful plumage. He spent a fair bit of time among the Vandu in the Sea of Clouds, so it's no surprise he took an interest in your countrymen. I don't know how it is with your Vanu, but our Hanu are bright and cheerful sort. They hold this one festival every year, very famous and a lot of fun. This one recounts the Leia repast. As you can probably tell, the figure depicted here is of the Zerbal, like me. For decades, the Zerbal and the Mamujal were at war for control over the forest of Yaktel. The actions Papa took to end the conflict have since been hailed as the first steps in the founding of Tuliyollal. There was a clan of Hrothgar and Boja known as Hellions. In their society, the women are ruled as queens, and men serve as devoted subjects. Yet, here in Tyrol, Zerbaral men and women appear to be of equal status. How dramatically culture can vary with location. Let's see. This one is the Lay of Pots, which depicts the moblins of Kozamauka. They might wear odd masks and sound weirdly muffled when they talk, but the gold and silver work they sell is the best you'll find anywhere. Moblin goods are the standard when it comes to gift giving. Clearly the Vanu aren't the only people with distant Tyroli counterparts. If you're done with the first half, we can move on to the second. Lay of Gold. The Lay of Gold. This pillar shows one of the Pelu Pelu, whose homeland is in Urkopacha. Having created our currency, the Pelu are rightfully known as the Merchant Clan. They oversee Tuliyollal's markets, and their traveling peddlers are a common sight no matter where you go in Tyrol. Don't let their size fool you. They might be mistaken as children, but beneath those beat masks, they are clever and calculating traders. The Lay of Proof. The big fellow is of the Yakuoi, the largest of Tyrol's people. These giants once used their great size and strength to establish a dominion encompassing all of Yok Tyrol. Having brought the southern reaches to heel, they then turned northwards, setting their sights on Zok Tyrol. You'll recall the massive bridge they built beyond the Sky Gate. Sometime after launching their northern campaign, however, they just gave up. They abandoned the lands they'd conquered and withdrew into the mountains of Urkopacha. I've never seen any of their kind so much as set foot in the city. This was a people with the power and resourcefulness to raise a temple on the mountaintop and build a bridge across the sea with stone. What would move them to renounce their ambitions and their place in Tyroli history? That's a good question, Crow. Lay of Ice. Oh, this one is my favorite, the Lay of Ice. It depicts the battle of the legendary Tyrol Vidral Velgarmanda. I should explain. A Tyrell Vidral is a creature that has lived far beyond its usual lifespan and awakened to preternatural power. Tatzer described the Far Eastern auspice in a similar fashion. Could this be the same phenomenon? Velgarmonda itself was dubbed the Sky Ruin, and a name earned for the destruction and terror visited upon Tyrell every time it stirred from its slumber. But 80 years or so ago, its ruinous reign was brought to an end. After a great struggle, Papa and his comrades managed to overcome the raging Vidral and sealed it away in Urkopacha Mountains. Despite its reputation, however, Velgarmonda is also a symbol of power. That's why you'll see its likeness on Tuliola's national emblem and adorning the banners at the palace. Oh, this one is unmarked. Papa says he left the blank pillar for the next chapter of Tuliola's history, whatever that might be. How'd your fill of history then? Yes, thank you. Right. Glad to hear it. You know, I feel awfully hungry all of a sudden. No surprises there, seeing I couldn't keep anything down for a while. But now I think I'm ready to eat again. So let's go and have ourselves a bite of local delicacy. Come, I'll take you to the best restaurant in the city. I like the sound of that. Hold on. I want the ether right. Oh, they're not following me anymore? Okay, cool. Have you ever had tacos? They're a Tuliola classic. You bake a crunchy shell made from corn flour and fill it with meat and salad. A lot of shops and stalls sell them, but I like how they're made here at Zabalyav to your best. And I need one right in front of me right now. Let's head downstairs and place an order with old Brokabu. Ignis gets to have a taco for the first time. Wow. Come, little otter.
Brokevo! My companions must sample your heavenly tacos. One for each of us, please.
Right away, promise. And I'll pack them tight with my choicest feelings. Only the best for you and your friends.
Did you hear the Silver Scares are back? Seems their overseas foray ended in disaster. More than half their warband is missing, including their leader.
Aye. And now keen to rebuild their broken reputations, the survivors seek the Golden City. A fool's errand. How many hopefuls have disappeared in search of that fable? They should count their lucky stars they came home alive at all.
The legend of the Golden City is well known here, I take it.
It is, but as no one's ever seen it, many question if there is any truth to the tale. Like our skeptical Erinville.
I can't imagine the Dawn Servant would request a formal survey for a place that doesn't exist.
I don't think it exists in the literal sense.
Now to find a spot with a pleasant view to enjoy our crunchy spoils.
Oh.
If it isn't the third promise.
Oh, no.
And you are?
I don't know these ones. New salt. Dredge from foreign waters is my guess, brother. Of course, that's it. Wooklamat is so afraid of the coming contest that she went crying for special help.
Was there something you wanted, Bakul Jaja?
The third promise remembers us! Such an honor.
The sarcasm dripping from this guy.
Glory on your name, brother. And on yours, brother.
I know my rivals for the throne. Nothing more.
Another child of the Dawn Servant?
No, this brute.
We have no ties to their farce of a family. Unlike the sneevling housecut, we are blessed siblings, the elevated chosen. We alone are fit to succeed Golul Jaja as Dawn Servant.
All peoples are equal in Tulihiola. Your heritage gives you no greater claim to the throne.
Ha! Shall we test that idea here and now? See if your strength is equal to ours.
None of this has any bearing on the right of succession, correct? Best not waste your energies on pointless scuffles.
The kitten comes to the house cat's defense. Pathetic. Since when was our nation overrun by mewling weaklings?
I'm gonna kick this guy's
Listen
butt.
to me, you.
I'm gonna kick this guy's butt, and I'm going to enjoy every second of it.
A two-headed mamulja. I knew of them, but that's the first I've seen in the flesh.
Some get it into their twin heads that they're destined to follow in my father's footsteps. So they travel to distant lands to hone their battlecraft. Those are likely the ones you've heard about.
Are there other two-headed claimants?
No, just Bakul Jaja. Even in Tural, his kind are far from common. The Mamulja people largely belong to one of three clans. The Hubigo, the Bunewa, and the Dopro. Every once in a great while, a two-headed offspring is born from a union between the brown-scaled Hubigo and the blue-scaled Bunewa. The child grows to possess immense strength, both physical and magical.
Blessed siblings indeed.
Forget them. Let's go and buy more tacos. I can think of nothing better to rid me of this bad taste in my mouth.
Enjoying your tour of the city, I trust. We've seen our share of notable sights and took a moment to rest. As such, we're ready to present ourselves at the palace for the rite of succession. Shall we meet you there?
The palace it is. I'll let Wooklamat know. Destiny calls. Perhaps we can return for more tacos later?
So it goes.
Darn. I was looking forward to trying some authentic Tuliyola cuisine, but we should hurry and join Alpino and the others at the palace. Alright, it's a bit of a climb to the top, but you can head up from the Resplendent Quarter, or even the eastern side of Telemarch if you prefer. Now that you have an idea of how the city is laid out, I'll let you find your own way to Bolak Shunsa. My poor empty belly. I love Wuklamat. You made it good, then we're all here. I'm still hungry enough to eat a whole roasted colibri, but the contest won't wait for us forever. Upon speaking to Aaronville, Yep, give me my long cutscenes. Let's go. I've acquainted the twins with the city as best as I could in a short time. Their unbridled enthusiasm made it rather difficult. Invariably, something would catch their eye, springing them to run down an alley to investigate. It was like herding a pair of unruly corals. I understand all too well. Charlene had the same effect on me. Right then, now it's time we saw the inside of the palace. Papa will want to know I'm home, and to meet the allies I've chosen. Given how impulsive he is, though, there's no telling what we might be in for. Impulsive. Is that a Sinian? That's a Sinian. Enjoying himself, as I see.
Estinian? When did he get here?
What's the point? Why is he here?
Oh, you know this man? Whenever my father spots a promising opponent, he invites them to Sunperch to duel. Pressing duties or no, he can't resist a good fight.
So the one Estinian is crossing blades with.
That would do, Spearman. I will receive my darling daughter.
What's up, Estinian?
Know that you are the strongest I fought in many a moon, if not longer. It is the privilege of a life long lived to face such a formidable soul.
If it's formidable you want, then look no further than that woman there.
What's up?
I see you, warrior.
We had no idea you meant to visit Tiral.
I've seen what lies east. This time I chose west.
And
Travels
thus
on
did
a
our
whim.
itinerant dragoon make his travel plans.
You witnessed our bout. If you thought he was fearsome, that was with one head dozing.
I'm not sure I understand.
The old man has been feeling his years. The uncovered side is the head of resolve, and age has only deepened his love for combat. But the head of reason, wiser of the two, sleeps more and more these days. As I understand it, the veil helps with the restoration of his magical energies.
Enough about me, Lamati. I want to hear of your adventures.
Lamachi.
A term of endearment. It's what my family calls me.
Okay. Good morning.
Oh. When last did we see you in the palace? Greetings, Solonesh.
It's Erenville now, Dawn Servant.
Well, that was quick. All right, Aaron Bill, don't be
I
suspicious.
took the name while abroad, and have since grown accustomed to it.
Erenville, then. And these others? I assume are Lamati's recruited allies. Ha! Old-tempered still. Yet as much as I'd enjoy testing their metal, the hour of the right is at hand. I will summon the other claimants at once.
Then I shall leave you to it. Good fortune, my friends.
Okay, bye, Sidian. I'll see you later, I'm sure. Oh look, there's that miqo'te. And that loser.
The claimants are assembled. The first promise, Zorolja. The second promise, Gona.
Yeah, he has a Vieira hairstyle.
The third promise, Uklamat. And lastly, the chosen of Mamuk, Bakul Jaja. You four will compete in the right of succession, the outcome of which will decide who takes my place as Dawn Servant. I am not the man I once was. My wiser half sleeps the days away, and it is time I yield my position. But mine is a torch that has never been passed. Tuliyola is young, and so I look to the always for inspiration. The right of succession, the means by which the autarch of Mamuk was chosen. Only the two-headed were deemed fit for this contest. But the Tuliyola I built is a nation of many peoples. Our leader needn't have two heads, nor be a Mamulja at all. So I gave the right of claimant not only to the son I sired, but to my adopted children as well. Yet the opportunity to rule was still not equal. That is why a recent tournament offered a place in the contest as the winning prize.
Now you have us to compete against. Though it seems the one head was already too afraid to face us in the tournament.
Our brother was in Shock Tural leading the Landsguard on a campaign to eradicate a Tural Vidral. Anyone with sense would know he was too busy for games.
I'm gonna like this guy.
Now for the part you've been waiting to hear. The nature of the contest itself. To triumph in the right of succession, and thereby claim our nation's throne, you must travel the lands of Yogg-Tural and find the City of Gold.
Oh, damn. You're gonna have them chase a fable for the right of succession. Interesting.
If I may, Father.
Speak, Kona.
The Golden City is an ancient Turali legend, but after so many failed attempts to find it, the story has become more fairy tale than fact. If you would charge us with such a quest, are we then to assume you have proof of the city's existence?
I offer us proof, my unbroken word, for I have seen it with my own 4 eyes.
The city's real. All those years.
This was before the founding of Tuliyobo. I traveled the lands of Tural with my companions, and we ended our journey at the gates to the Golden City. I mean to have you do the same, but in order to achieve victory proper, you'll need to break the seal I put in place. Bring them.
So which one is Thankfred and Urianger helping? Is it Kawana?
The Tuliyola saga.
You will retrace the path I walked to unite our peoples, step by step. Along the way, 7 chosen electors will be waiting to measure your worth. Earn their keystones by performing the feats they ask of you. Once you've fitted each of the 7 tablets with the keystone, you'll have the key to unlock the seal on the Golden City's gates.
So the contest is in stages, none of which can be skipped by rushing to the ultimate objective.
Exactly. Exciting, isn't it?
Martial tournaments, hunting festivals, and now this? You do so love your contests, Papa.
Were I a few years younger, I would have joined in myself, giving you a proper challenge. You may think the ride is tedious or nonsensical, or both, but I am yielding our nation's throne. Let me have this final indulgence.
A waste of time. Just name Bakunja just successor and be done with it.
The right of succession begins now. I'll be watching your progress with great interest. And Clemens, remember to collect your tablets before you leave. You are one of Lamachi's allies. Speak freely.
I am Cryle Baldessian, representative of the students of Baldessian. My name is perhaps familiar to you?
Ah.
It would seem you sent this letter to my orders some years ago. The ink has since faded and much of the writing is illegible. Even so, we managed to determine the essence of it. A request to investigate the Golden City, addressed to my grandfather, Galuf. Included with the correspondence was this earring. A fairy tale and a piece of jewelry were enough to convince my grandfather to sail halfway across the world. So there is surely some greater mystery at work here. On behalf of the students, I've come to seek clarification on the matter. Have you any knowledge you might share with me?
No, not at this time. I have tasked the claimants with finding the Golden City. To fulfill your request would afford one of them an unfair advantage in the right of succession. But once the contest is decided, I plan to entrust the entire truth to my successor. If you want to hear it, then you had best help Lamachi win.
Very well, Dawn Servant. On my honor as a student of Baldessian, I will find your Golden City. Thank you for hearing my petition.
How about that? She's grown into a remarkable young woman. You should be proud, Galuf.
They must have been good friends then.
Too late to change your mind now, I suppose. But are you sure you wish to be part of this? Our third promise is not wont to take no for an answer. Though you may have agreed to help, I worry that you were swept up in her relentless enthusiasm. Or perhaps you've been lured by the glory of the Golden City. Either way, this contest for the throne will place you and yours at the heart of political turmoil. If you are second-guessing your decision, tell me now. This may be my last chance to help you withdraw.
Life is a series of journeys, my friend. And there's no telling what awaits us on the long road. But what's important is to be true to yourself as you walk it. Only then can we hope to be content when we arrive at the end of one and step forward into another.
So you are committed to your path? I will speak no more of it then. As for my own involvement, I can no longer conduct myself as a mere guide, I think. Not after the Dawn Servant's revelation.
Here they come!
It's Zeralja!
Such a fearsome mien. Make no mistake, there goes Tuliola's mightiest warrior.
First promise, our village needs aid. The cold weather stunts our crops, and the children of our village go hungry. Once you ascend the throne, I beg of you, grant my people new lands, please!
Zeralja.
Take heart, tiller of the soil. The Resilion's son, blood heir to the Dawn Servant, has heard your pleas.
Zeralja, the first promise and commander of the Landsguard. Zeralja, the palaceer. As he was so careful to remind the crowd, Zeralja is indeed the natural child of Gurul Jaja.
And Resilient Son, is that another title, like the first promise?
After a fashion. Common knowledge has it that two-headed Mamulja cannot sire children, yet Zeralja was born all the same, with the head of Resolve's features and the head of Reason's scales. An extraordinary example of life's unyielding resilience.
And a warrior's reticence. He says little, but the way he moves... I know a hardened soldier when I see one.
He's a natural swordsman, a gift he inherited from his father. Some even say that the son has already surpassed the sire. Should he come to power, the first promise means to employ that martial prowess in the conquest of foreign lands. For this, he and his supporters have been labeled expansionists. This puts him in direct opposition to Wuklamat, who advocates for the preservation of peace. You may recall that she spoke of a claimant who cannot be allowed to rule. That is Zeralja, the warmonger.
He's the one after Garlemald.
Cryon, are you alright?
The echo. It gave me a glimpse into Zeralja's ambitions. Deep and unknowable, like an abyss. Yet at the same time, a roaring, unquenchable fire. It was a trifle terrifying, to be frank.
Second promise, you must bring us more marvelous conveniences. More dirigibles and trains and the like. We need you in charge to make trading easier. The elders, they complain and complain about abandoning tradition. But we're not like them, afraid of everything foreign and new. You have our wholehearted support. With your ingenuity and knowledge, you're sure to win the contest.
Forgive me, but the right of succession is barely begun. I will hear your petitions if and when I am named Dawn Servant. If you will excuse me.
Plain spoken, as always. That's Arcona. Practical to a fault.
Here we have Kona, the second promise, who spent time as a pupil at Charlian's own studium.
Now that you mention it, I think I did see him in the halls once or twice. There was nothing to suggest he was Turali, much less from a royal family.
That was by design. He forwent his usual garb and took an Eorzean name to avoid attention.
So it was Kona who introduced the dirigibles. And the railway too, given what we just heard.
In furtherance of his goal, to enrich Tuliolal with every bright notion he learned of in Sharlia. He is the hope of those who prize innovation. As aloof as he may seem, Kona and Wuklamat actually get along rather well. They bicker and banter as only close siblings do.
Whoop.
How gracious of you all to cheer the lesser claimants.
Uh-oh.
Oh, come now. What are you afraid of? I'm no different from your Dawn servant.
You are definitely very different from the Dawn servant.
That
Mister.
my kind should reign is Mamulja tradition, and has been so since before there was a Tuliolal. I'll brush aside your feeble contenders. And then you'll see who deserves your fealty.
Yeah.
Well said, brother.
I swear to God, if Thancred and Ryanje are helping that guy, I'm gonna be really mad at both of them.
The Mamulja have finally found peace in Tuliolal. I pity those fanatics are intent on keeping that tradition alive.
The chosen of Mamuk, Bakul Jaja, winner of the recent martial tournament, and the only claimant not of the Dawn's promise. His strength is undeniable, but you see how he is. A few devoted Mamulja are his only supporters.
What would he do with the throne should he win it?
His policies and so forth. I doubt he's thought much beyond winning the contest itself, but one thing seems certain. If he does become Dawn servant, he will see the Mamulja exalted as the ruling class, and all others forced into subservience.
Sounds like another that cannot be allowed to rule.
We wish for one thing and one thing only, Third Promise. To abide together in harmony with our neighbors whom we love in this land we share. It is our way, the Turoli way.
Galul Jaja built for us this peaceful nation, and we beg you to preserve it.
You have my word. I won't let your pleas go unanswered.
Until Tuliolal was founded some 80 years ago, this continent was ravaged by war. The eldest among us remember that dark era, and they are Wuklamat's most ardent supporters.
Apologies, it's hard to get away. This is Namika, my childhood nursemaid. She's been like a mother to me my whole life. I told her it wasn't necessary, but she insisted on seeing us off.
I place our precious Third Promise into your care. Did you know Wuklamat was taking part in the rite of succession?
Of the Dawn's promise? I thought it was only Zoralja and Kona. If she has any accomplishments to her name, I've yet to hear them.
Compared to the two Mamulja, she pales in martial prowess. And then there's Kona, who's far and away the most educated of the bunch. I hate to say it,
but it's hardly a competition.
It's fine. More than anyone. I understand how much better my brothers are than me.
Better? Wuklamat. I have never thought of you as the lesser sibling. Your brothers may excel in their respective ways, but you boast qualities that both lack. A strength that is yours alone. Having cared for you for so long, I should know.
Thank you, Namika. Well, we ought to be on our way.
Yes, hurry along. I await word of your victory with bated breath.
So we're helping the underdog sibling. Got it. Tuakana the second promised intent on developing his country by means of startling innovations. Given his background, I suppose it should come as no surprise. That two-headed claimant, Bokujaja, treats everyone around him as lesser beings. No doubt he'd try to elevate the Mabuja above other races should he become Dawn Servant, unlike how the Garlean Empire afforded special status to pureblood Garleans. As you just witnessed, Wuklamat has no great army of supporters, not yet at least. I know not what drives Orolja, but it engulfs him like an inferno. Well, so much for the brief union I had in mind. Papa is not one to waste time when he decides to act. I'm used to it by now, of course, but others are often caught off guard. In any case, we should talk about how we're going to find the City of Gold. All we have to work with are the 7 tablets and their connections to the Tuliol Saga. Might I suggest first comparing the tablets against the pillars? We should check for any discrepancies between them. Good idea, let's go and take a look. Boop. That makes everyone. Look them at the tablets if you would. Of course. Everyone has a tablet? Then let's compare them to their respective pillars. Keep an eye out for even the smallest difference. Unless I'm missing something, the glyphs appear to be identical. The only difference being that the tablets have hollows where the keystones are to be fitted. So now that we've established that the scenes are the same, where do we go from here? The Dawn Servant said we were to retrace the path he walked uniting Tyrell's peoples, and that we would encounter 7 electors along the way. Then we have the answer in front of us. Papa's path is all laid out on the Tuliolal saga. The events the glyphs portray, do we know the exact locations where they took place? If one is close, we should go there and search for an elector. That would confirm we're on the right track. Let me think. The Lay of Reeds was in the nearby Hanu settlement. Papa took me there once. It was during festival season. The whole village was alive with good cheer. There's also the Lay of Gold, the one that involved the Pelu village, which is about the same distance from here. Before going anywhere, we should ask around about the road ahead. I heard a lot of talk as we toured the city about the storm we passed through at sea. Apparently it ravaged Jacques Tyrell several days ago. Yeah, give me just a second. Since our roads are not as well paved as Eorzea's, they're more susceptible to damage from natural disasters. If we want to avoid wasting time taking a dead-end trail, I suggest we spend a few moments making inquiries. If it's information we need, just leave it to me. I'll bring the information to us. And she's gone. It would be prudent to ensure we're prepared for the journey. I'll guide you to the accommodations I've arranged. That's right, the reservation is under Wuklomat's name. If you don't mind, I'll leave my companions to you. Certainly, sir. I'll go back and track down the third promise. Once you finish organizing your gear, you can meet us outside Zabella Vitae. I'm gonna say all these wrong. Okay, bye, Erinville. Greetings, visitors to Tuliolal, and welcome to the Four Odd Cabins. Whenever you are ready, I'll show you to your rooms. So our local inn room, I take it? Trust you to be the keenest to head out, Ignis. Hello, Wuklomat. Seeing as we need information, I thought who better to get it from than the locals. These two hail from the villages we're thinking to visit. I give you credit for taking the initiative, at least. What do you mean, at least? I am honored that the third promise would seek my advice. I too am happy to answer your questions. Any encounter might be an opportunity to do business. Thank you both for your help. Before we begin, there will doubtless be other occasions we need to act independently, so I brought these for the two of you. What's this? It's called a link pearl, a gemstone harvested from a special cell. When linked together, they allow people to communicate across great distances. Is that so? What a handy thing to have. It'll be very useful in our travels. Speaking of which, I should get back to introducing my two new friends here. The Tuliyola saga features a number of Tural's clans. Two of those, the Hanu and Pelu have settlements relatively close to the city, so I brought a representative of each. As I mentioned before, the Hanu are a cheerful people who love their festivals. They make their appearance in the Lay of Reeds, and their home village, Okanu, is located in Kozama Uka. The other, smaller fellow, is one of the Pelu, a clan of business-minded folk from Urkelpacha. They appear in the Lay of Gold and craft all kinds of marvelous goods, and walk in Pelu, their village. Now, as we're deciding which village to visit first, why don't you put that adventurous instincts of yours to work for us and let's pick our destination. Second. Furthermore, smart elements of quest rewards will not be affected by your initial choice of path. Speak with the NPC you prefer and embark on the trail. Okay. So all that really matters is that it changes is which one I help first. Ooh. I can go on lock hunts. Side quests! Later. Let's see, do we want to do the Pelu first or the Hanu first? You know what, since the Pelu are from Final Fantasy X, we're going to do them first. This quest to Kozama Uka will become available once you have completed this quest series, beginning with the approachable Pelu. Yes, we'll do you first. What is it you'd like to know? Our main concern was confirming the state of the road ahead. As I recall, to reach Urkelpacha, we depart from the Arc of the Dawn, then take the road west to the first fork. Should we be wary of anything along the way? That is indeed the way to Urkelpacha. After the damage wrought by the recent downpour, however, you'll be doing more stumbling than walking. But do take heart. When it comes to rugged terrain, we have the most dependable solution available. Come with me. Okie dokie. We will be back to talk to you in good time, friend Hanu. Meanwhile, you can eat and drink your fill at FFXIV. It's all been arranged. Well, I mean, first things first, I have to unlock hunts. This is the only time I ever actually use them is for EXP. You miss out on some awesome screenshot opportunities if you skip cutscenes, you know. Dang it, I was hoping it would be voice so I could eat my breakfast. These animals can traverse Urkelpacha's steep mountain trails as if they were gentle fields, and all while carrying heavy loads. Our merchants would be lost without them. So they fill much the same niche as our chocobos back home. You don't have alpacas in Eorzea? Alpacas are native to Dawntrail. Eorzea has its chocobos, and the eastern lands have their horses. Why go the trouble of breeding another pack beast in a place which ill-suits its qualities where it's not needed anyway? But must we ride these little monsters? I get the impression you weren't fond of alpacas. When I was small, and being a bit naughty, I went around pulling on their wool. One of them spat at me, and it was the foulest stench you can imagine. I see. What are they like to ride? Alpacas bred as mountains and are inquisitive and docile. Even those without experience find them easy to handle. We're really doing this then. So, was my information useful to you? Yes, very helpful, even if it wasn't what I wanted to hear. Good, I'll take my payment now. You want me to pay you? I guess I should have expected as much from a Pelu merchant. Let me see what I have on me. The Pelu value the act of spreading joy through trade, and as you should know, they take pride in making deals that benefit both parties. Here you go, a fair price for your fair advice. Yes, I made a trade the third promise herself. My friends will never believe this. I shall be on my way now. I wish you safe travels. Off you go then, and thank you. She's so funny.
Turali poets of yore sang of a mountain that would stand tall, even should all other lands sink beneath the sea. Indomitable and eternal, it arises from Urkopacha, the 100 peaks of time. Of all the beasts which crawl and fly, only the legendary Valigarmanda could hope to disturb the summit's serene majesty. Yet, with that flying calamity imprisoned by the Dawn Serpent, what great feat remains for those who would claim the throne?
I wonder how many Western cultures inspired the areas around here. I know there's a lot of, like, South American and Native American inspiration.
So this is Urkopacha. I've never actually been here before.
The air is so crisp and clear.
Mountains everywhere you look.
That one massive peak in particular has quite the presence. It puts me in mind of Som-Al.
That is Workor Sormor, the tallest mountain in Yogg-Tural. Its sheer height makes it an imposing climb. But there are other reasons the ambitious keep their distance.
Oh? Do tell.
Where to begin?
Excuse me, but you're Wuk Lamat, are you not? I hadn't thought to encounter one of the Dawn's promise here, of all places. But I should introduce myself. I am Bol Nok, a weaver by trade.
Well met, Bolnok. We're on our way to Watranpelo.
Oh, truly. I've just come from there, as it happens. I'd asked the Pelu who sell me their wool to give me a tour of their alpaca ranch. The head rancher and I shared a bottle of mezcal while he explained the finer points of wool production.
Mezcal, is that a local beverage?
It's an Urkopacha specialty, a spirit made from distilled agave heart juice.
Yes, and it must have done wonders for my mood, for I tripled my usual order of alpaca wool. They did offer me a discount, though, so it wasn't a bad deal in the end. But listen to me, boring you with my tedious stories. I will leave you before you are lulled to sleep. Goodbye, and safe travels. Oh, silly me. I almost forgot to say the thing I actually wanted to say. Peace for Tural. I agree with your vision, Third Promise. You have my support in your bid for the throne.
Oh, well, that's nice.
I gather from his tale we would be foolish to underestimate Pelu merchants.
Yes, you would be.
Yes, they do more than run the markets in Tuliolal. Pelu peddlers can be found everywhere in Tural, traveling from place to place on their sturdy alpacas. They are effusive and engaging speakers, and many's the customer who's been talked into spending more than they bargained for.
They won't find this customer so easily charmed.
Says you. Aaronville does not believe you, clearly.
Watranpelo's down the path! Off the main road! Don't get lost!
It's right there!
Oh, snowing. What do you mean, get back here? There it is, walking Pelu, home of the Pelu Pelu. Wiqlemot should have arrived before us. That's not good. How fortunate then that I deal in cloaks woven from especially luxurious alpaca wool. Such garments would look magnificent when draped over the shoulders of our budding ruler. And a nation's ruler should dress her best for her adorning people, yes? Finery for our finest lady, that's right. Come, third promise, and well-stocked shelves are but a few steps away. Friends, lady, I like the sound of that. Alright, I suppose a quick look wouldn't hurt. Ahem, what did we just talk about? Ervil, what did you... A chateau from far off Jaxeral. Northern winters are bitterly cold affairs, I'm told. I can't imagine how you survived them without a lovely warm cloak of a quality alpaca wool. No thank you. I'm not in need of new clothes at the moment, and neither is the third promise, perhaps another time. Of course, my shop door is always open. At least they take no for an answer, I guess. You were saying something about not being easily charmed. It was just... As I mentioned previously, the Pelu people live for bringing happiness through trade. They won't cheat you or sell you defective goods. Sorry, I dropped something. They will, however, disarm you with their deft turns of phrase, and unwitting customers like Wiqlemot fall prey to this affable approach time and time again. Your only recourse is the clear and firm refusal. They won't pursue the matter should you make your disinterest plain. A valuable insight into the minds of the Pelu Pelu. Let us all take Erenville's words of caution to heart. Especially you, Alfino. Should we let Astinia know? He's really bad with Gil. They have coffee over there. Not my finest moment, I'll admit, but now that we're here, let's do what we came to do. Find the Elector. Allow me to propose a strategy then. While Alexander will speak with the merchants. Wiqlemot, you, and Erenville might try approaching travelers and passerby. Ignis, pray investigate any of the other establishments which catch your eye. Should we learn aught of use, let us relate to the third promise. Would you get in the party? Let's see, the John insert selector. Oh, I thought you raised it down. Do you have the same stuff as the city? You do, okay. How's this one die? Okay, so then what does die too? Ah, nice. Interesting. Where are you? Are you back in the city?
It's funny, I went to go rearrange my hotbar for like the new ninja abilities, but all of the new stuff they added was just like the stuff that changes your abilities into the new ones. So all the new buttons are like not put a ball. I can't put them on the hotbar. So my hotbar is the exact same, which is pretty convenient.
The thing is, I think most of my food is crafting and gathering food. So, like, I can still use them for the XP part, but, like, the stats they give are useless to me.
Yeah, I have, like, really cheap low-level food just for the XP buff.
I think the only combat food I have is what I was using for raiding. Right now.
Yeah, might as well save that, because it'll be good later. Well, it won't be the best, but it'll be better than nothing.
Oh, my retainers are done with their adventures.
Wait, which path did you pick first? The
Hello?
bird guy or the little dude?
The little dude.
Okay.
We have to, I imagine it'll be like Endwalker and you'll have to do both before a dungeon unlocks.
That sounds about right. Can I accept both quests?
No, not this time.
Oh, okay. Well, it's good I asked first.
I think the game even tells you.
Oh, well, may as well do the unlock the hunt real quick. There's a character here named Google Drive.
Yay!
Deducing the Dawnservant's elector was the first step of the feat. Too simple a task for this aspiring ruler, eh?
Right. Not hard at all. Zorolja.
I am told the head ledger, Tobli, is to be found here.
You have to guess which one of us is Tobli. That's part of the test.
You're Tobli.
Without even asking a single question. Very impressive indeed. With that amusing prologue out of the way, we can proceed to the actual challenge. Per the Dawnservant's instructions, I was free to devise any manner of feat. I considered a number of possibilities in the 10th column. But I think I have a good one. You must go forth and capture for me an alpaca.
Okay.
While I've not had the best experiences with alpacas, aren't they generally docile creatures? That doesn't sound like much of a challenge.
Bring out the example!
It looks so fluffy.
This is a special kind of alpaca. Would you please approach the animal, Third Promise?
Who? Me? Well, it should stay calm if I stay calm, right? That's what Erinville said.
Yep. I knew it was gonna do that.
The little monster spat on me!
We're watching the stream.
Oh, that stinks. I can't.
Nope. She's out. Nope, she's out.
Alpacas are paradoxical creatures, being both extremely curious and extremely cowardly. Press your luck when they're frightened, and you'll get a face full of spit, as you've all just witnessed. Has an awful stench, their expectoration. The globs contain half-digested food, you see, making it an effective deterrent against perceived threats.
Wild Valley breed like this one are especially timid and can therefore be quick to lash out. They're also especially hardy.
Indeed. We take the rugged wild alpacas and breed them with our gentle domesticated stock. This produces the strong but beatable pack animals prized by our traveling merchants.
That's all well and good, but did I need to bathe an alpaca spit for you to make your point?
So, the task is to catch a wild alpaca.
That is correct. But be warned that it is a feat easier said than done. I suggest you prepare well before you enter the valley where the creatures dwell. And by you, I mean the claimants only. Allies are not permitted to assist with the catching. The alpacas will help me judge which of you is worthy of receiving a keystone.
So I'm to chase down a fluffy, spitting demon, and that somehow proves I'm fit to rule?
As I said, the Dawn Servant granted me the freedom to decide my challenge. And when you reach the end of the rite, I dare say you will understand why I chose what I chose.
Very well. This won't take long.
Wait! Didn't I warn you this was easier said than done? There are preparations to be made, factors to consider.
A beast is a beast. All yield to strength.
Okay, bye. I guess.
So far, this experience has done absolutely nothing to improve my opinion of alpacas. But that doesn't mean I can't do this. Revolting spit aside, they're just another animal.
Are you all right, Orclamart? We thought we heard you scream.
The third promise does not scream. It was more of a startled yelp.
Scream, in other words.
Everyone teases her.
Did you find the Elector?
Oh, we certainly did.
Sounds like Pokemon music.
Oh, look, it's Ryan.
Oh, there he is.
Good so far. You don't mind if I mute Discord so I can read the voiceless scenes without spoiling anything, do you?
Nope.
Okay. Something I can do for you? We've come to bargain. I need one of your special taming saddles to catch a wild alpaca. Saddle, is it? And how will you be paying for it? With this basket of fine alpaca wool. What use does a saddle maker have for wool? Besides, this would barely cover the cost of a single strap buckle. Offer me something I actually want. And what might that be? Mezcal. I like to nurse a cup at day's end while I inspect my finished work. Bring me a jug of quality stuff and you've got yourself a deal. This bodes well for us, third promise. Such mezcal can be had for only 5 pel in the thousands column. Hold on. Did you say third promise? Then my offer has changed. The saddle is going to cost you a jug of premium mezcal, aged 3 years at least. 3 years? That stuff is valued at 10,000 pel or more. Why have you doubled the price? Because I must support the man of ambition who will see my business prosper. Zoiljaw will go to war, and his cavalry will need saddles. Lots of saddles. It's nothing personal, third promise, but I won't sell you my craft for anything less than my asking price. Nah, I should have seen that coming. Can't say that I blame him. I'm known for championing peace, and peace is unlikely to bring him more customers. Those of our grandparents' generation remember the dark days when the clans were at war. Many of these Pelu pray for your victory, Wiklamut. The younger ones, though, to them, strife and bloodshed are as children's stories. They think themselves safe from these horrors and take the peace we now enjoy for granted. Still, others are unsatisfied with this quiet prosperity and crave the future the second promise envisions. They've become obsessed with innovations like the dirigibles that have made trade swift and easy. Then you have those like Havli, convinced that the first promise's plans for conquest will afford them opportunities for great profit. But what about you, Mablu? Aren't you of the younger generation? At least a year or two younger than me, I'd say. Oh, I was raised on the old tales. I've memorized the accounts of what it was like when the Yakui ruled our village. That's why I offered to help. I want you to become Dawn's servant, to keep our nation from going back to the way it was. Well then, I guess I'd better make sure I win the contest. But the type of mezcal the saddler wants is so very expensive. Weren't we expecting to need 10,000 pel from the outset? Nothing's changed. We just need to get on with it. I may not have a head for the trade or the stomach for alpacas, but I won't give up with the piece until the all on the line. Then neither will I. We will make you Dawn servant. Aiming for that 10,000 pel jug right away will only bring us failure and frustration. So let's try first exchanging the wool for anything even a touch more valuable. The trick is to find someone who needs alpaca wool and is willing to trade at a loss to acquire it. Someone who supports your bid for the throne, for instance. Of course, the Weaver. Boldnock was his name, I believe. He went out of his way to say he agreed with my vision, and he was here to buy wool. Okie dokie. I knew it wasn't going to be that easy. Works for me. No hunt marks yet. Can I have the basket, Ignis? Yep, here you go. Thanks, now let's see if we can turn a profit. Boldnock, I'm glad we found you. Are you interested in making a trade? There promise you wish to do business with me. Might I ask what this is all about? I see, so the goal is to turn that basket of wool into a jug of 3-year-old premium mezcal. Then allow me to invest in your efforts. Peace in Tyrol is what allows me to cross freely into the lands of my suppliers. Naturally, I would prefer that one pledged to preserve that peace when the throne. Thus, I humbly offer you this wool poncho, a small token that I pray contributes to your victory. Oh, that's fine craftsmanship. A garment like that would easily fetch 5 pel in the hundreds column. That's very generous, Boldnock. Thank you. I promise I won't let you down. I have every faith in you, I promise. May fortune bless your future dealings. I can't believe you quintupled your investment with your first deal. We're off to a spectacular start. Only because Ignis remembered our weaver friend. All I did was hand over the wool. That's not true. The connections you build with people are vital. This is one of the most fundamental precepts of trading, one which you've instinctively mastered. You think so? I know so. Now let's take our 500 pel poncho and trade it for something even more valuable. Here, Ignis, you take the poncho. If I lost it somehow, Arabelle would never let me hear the end of it. All set? Our next deal is waiting to be found. Nice. Leveraging connections is a sound strategy, but we should also consider supply and demand. An individual in urgent need of a good poncho will offer more than a merchant simply looking to stock his shelves. That makes sense, but how do we know if someone needs a poncho? It's nice, sturdy poncho, but the design is traditional. I don't think fashion is part of its appeal. So only people with a practical need would be interested. Wait, that's the opposite answer, isn't it? We look for a person without a poncho and hope they're eager to buy ours. Yes, there you go. We find the demand for our supply. So where should we begin our search for prospective buyers? There are any number of places, but we could do worse than starting right here at the end. There might be interested travelers. Who here needs a poncho? A lot of Mumblejaw hardly wear anything to begin with. Those are probably Landsguards or Sellswords. Mumblejaw who soldier for a living prefer not to wear much above the waist. It hampers their movements. So even if they had bared shoulders, Mumblejaw carrying arms can be struck off the list. This one's already fully dressed. An artist and our peddler, perhaps? Come to rest after visiting Wakampo like Boldnock would be my guess. Okay, so not him. Let's see. No coat or cloak, but also no weapon. Oh, you might have a winner. Yo there, friend. You're not a mercenary by trade, right? I was curious about your bold choice of dress, or lack thereof. Oh, it was no choice of mine, believe me. I was attacked by beasts on the way here, and barely escaped with my scales intact. My coat was not so lucky. I'm actually a toolmaker from Tuliyola and was dressed quite smartly, all the better to show the Pelu I am a man who takes pride in his appearance, and therefore his work as well, but now look at me. Well, sir, this is your lucky day. What a splendid poncho. This would be the perfect replacement for the coat I lost. We'd be willing to part with it if you'd like to make a trade. For one of your fine tools, perhaps? What about this hatchet? I crafted it myself and will vouch for its quality. The blade looks sharp, with the heft well made. I'd value it at 1 pel in the thousands column. Oh, from 500 to 1,000, we have a deal. Wonderful, I find parchment such as this would put me on even footing with any Pelu merchant. Like the ominous owner of the Miplu's mate garden, for one. Her field hand whose hatches to harvest the mate, and I thought to impress her with the tool I sold you. No matter, I have other wares to sell. Glad I am to have met you. Did you hear that? We've already found our next buyer. To Miplu's mate garden we go. Yes, but it's a fair distance on foot. We should take alpacas. These ones will be the calm type, right? How much did we need? 10,000? Yeah, I got it. With that, I suppose we should hop on the alpaca as Mobley was so kindly invited. Ready to go? Let's mount up. Oh, it's auto. Okay. Whoa. There's a hut mark. I'll have to come back and get you. Oh, yep, that's a hunt, alright. Probably an A. We made it, and without a single smelly incident. I sent the alpacas back to Iqbal's Inn, so we'll walk along the main road when we return to the village. Speaking of roads to travel, you were adopted by Dawnservant, weren't you, Third Promise? That I was? Then perhaps you understand, I was an orphan too, you see. Tobly took me in. He took in all the ranch hands, actually. All of them. Yes, and everyone works hard at their chores, grateful for the opportunity to repay the head ledger's generosity. Yet here I am, the only one wanting to go off and be a merchant. I'm sorry, I don't know why I'm telling you this. We need to keep trading things for your saddle if you're to prepare for the feat of gold. As it's mate harvesting season, they can't have too many quality hatchets. Add to that, with Clement's way with people, we should have no trouble making a favorable deal. That's Meeblue herself over there. Fast the hatchet to that Third Promise and let's go get to bargaining. You have that little axe for me? Thanks. Now to see what we can get for it. You're Meeblue, the owner of these fields. I have a mind to trade if you're interested. Well, a Third Promise. I might be convinced to entertain a proposal. What do you have on offer? This hatchet, forged by a seasoned artisan, the razor edge of this exceptional tool will make light work of your crops. The quality is acceptable, I suppose. I offer you a large sack of mate leaves in exchange. A sack of mate leaves is valued at 1 pound 1,000 columns, the same price as the hatchet. This deal will bring us no closer to the mezcal. If I may, Mistress Meeblue, it's the harvesting season, is it not? Does not the demand for hatchets afford them a higher value? It is indeed the season, which is why I produce an ample batch of tools well in advance. We missed the window for demand in that case. In that case, we'll have to fall back on the connections. Think of it this way. A generous deal here will put you in the Third Promise's good graces. Surely that's worthy of consideration. I do not wish to give offense, but I must tell you that I stand with the second promise. His innovations will improve every aspect of our lives, I believe, including farming, and I will no longer have need of hatchets. I assure you that I have nothing but respect for Clement. That is why I am prepared to purchase a spare hatchet at a fair price. I suppose it is fair given your reasons. But we ourselves would be no better off for the transaction. How about this then? If we were to help bring in your harvest, would you give us a better deal? As a matter of fact, I would. Until Kona's reforms come about, I can always use more hands in the fields. Then you can go ahead and add our labor to the bargain. Added value to tip the scales. How could I have forgotten one of the most basic rules of trading? You can rest here if you like, Meeblue. Ignis and I have mate together. Oh no, I'm helping too. Off to the fields then, and mind you pick the healthy leaves. I'll take 5 good bundles from each of you. Oh yeah, I suppose that sounds fair. You brought me some leaves then. An acceptable harvest. We'll see how your companions fared before I make any decisions, though. Here we brought our share as well. Thank you, Third Promise. This is more than enough to hold up your end of the bargain. Now it's time to honor mine. After adding the value of your labor to the price of the hatchet, I am prepared to offer you a full sack of our highest grade mate leaves. Premium mate. Bought at the shop, one sack of those leaves would cost no less than 5 pel in the thousands column. Then we bid farewell to this hatchet. I'll give it a good home. Talk of the contest aside, I'm glad we could come to a mutually agreeable trade. As am I. All the best with the rest of your harvest. Interesting. Well, Blue, what's wrong? As I was saying before, even after everything Toby's done for me, I'm planning to abandon it all and become a merchant. But then I needed your help after forgetting a basic rule of trade. How can I expect Toby to accept my decision then? Not exactly. I wanted to prove I could succeed as a peddler before I declared my intentions. I seek to follow in my father's footsteps, but not because he expects it of me. I want to preserve Tural's peace, and becoming Dawnservant happens to be the best way to do it. You should live a life of your own choosing, and I would be surprised if Toby held the same opinion, so talk to him. You're right, it's better to find out for sure than worry over what he might say. Thank you for the advice. But first, we have a saddle to buy. I want that success under my belt so I can be sure of my decision. What's next then? We try to trade our leads for something halfway to 10,000 pel? No, I think we're close now. Now, I say we go straight for the premium mezcal. Bargain our way to double the value, eh? Think you can do it? Trust me, I will make this trade work. I admire their promise. That you're holding your own against such strong competition for the throne is inspiring. Am I really holding my own against Kona and Zoraljal? I mean, of course I am. I am Wuklam the Dawn's promise, after all. She's not very confident. She acts like she's confident, but she's not very confident. Nice. Before we go, let me give you the mate leaves. I don't need to risk proving Aaron Bill's points. I think one of my hunt marks was down this way.
I think I passed by an A rank, but it's level 100.
There is an A rank out in the field. I think one of my hunt marks was back here. Yes, there it is. Well, I need one. How big is this map? Doesn't look like it's split in two, so I might be able to find all the ether. Oh, maybe it might be split in two. I like to find all the ether currents I can before moving to the next area. This I have to find later. It might be split in two though.
You're still muted, by the way, if you were talking to me at all.
Nope, sorry, my bad. It was an A rank you passed, yes. Alright, so what's next? To the craft, you guys mind the product. All this trading business. Alright, so let's see. Something tells me I'm gonna have to go fight something.
Well, it is a video game.
I just need for the next stage of these trades.
Oh.
So what did I find out? Hmm. 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 Hi, Athena.
Happy.
Alright, give me 1 second. Okay, now to go fight monsters. Don't forget to summon your chocobo. A dedicated puppy cam. When I have the money to have a dedicated puppy cam. And the space to mount one.
And a puppy that would sit still.
True.
Yeah, I keep forgetting about the ether currents. Coffee grounds?
Hello, Athena. Yeah, I left the blankets out for you. As long as you're not chewing on anything, I don't mind if you're in here. I imagine once we finish like the main story stuff for this area, a bunch of side quests will unlock, which will probably include Ether current quests. Which is kind of what I'm waiting on. Then we can run around and explore.
Oh, that's a big bird.
That's my big bird.
It just flew by.
That's my big bird.
I don't have that one.
Oh no, Sammy's gone. Well, it's a good thing I bought Gissel Greens.
Do I even have those?
I bought some before the servers moved on. Be careful with that look, Lamont. She's so easy to make happy.
Yeah. She's a fun character.
Nice. It's just an alpaca, Buklabat. Yeah, I think the alpaca's a new mount we can get. Probably from the Helu tribal quest.
I hope so. They're not tribal quests anymore. They're allied.
Oh yeah, allied
nations.
Allied, yeah.
Because that's not PC enough.
Whoa. He found a very shiny alpaca.
Nope, there's another A rank. Simpletons?
So basically the same thing as Garlemald was doing. Okay, well, I want the golden alpaca as a mount.
That's the next 50 million gil mount.
Probably. I forgot what reset was. It's either in an hour or in 2.
I think it's in 2 hours.
Yeah, that sounds right. I went so long without playing, I forgot.
Yeah, I know it's dependent on the daylight savings or whatever, but I forget which one's which. I don't even know which one we're in now.
I think we're in standard time right now. No. Yeah.
Are we in savings or spending? I don't know. Is there a standard too? I don't understand it.
There's daylight savings time and then there's standard time.
I just let my phone auto adjust and then I just based off of that.
Good luck there, Promise!
Thanks. I'll need it. Truth be told, still not sure about alpacas. I'd rather not go near one if I can help it. But if I'm to rule this nation, then I'll need to learn how to live with them. Tural is their home too. Right. I'm off.
I still want to know which contestant Urianger and Thancred are helping. I have a guess, but...
So, shall we head back to the ranch, or...?
I'm staying here.
As will I. Wooklamart is alone in this. The least we can do is stand watch and await her return.
It may be a while yet. Help me pitch the tent.
Trust a gleaner to come prepared for anything.
What's a gleaner?
Someone whose job it is to travel the world and procure uncommon things for their employers. Erenville specializes in finding animals, I believe.
But aren't you a Shaitana from Shak Tural? Why did you cross the salt?
When I was much younger, the thought of leaving Tural never even occurred to me. But then, some years ago, my mentor tasked me with a difficult hunt. Something I could never find, she said, so long as I clung to the familiar. She suggested that I leave home, leave Tural, and join the Gleaners of Sharlayan. As one of their number, I could experience the world, immerse myself in myriad cultures and customs, see the many faces of nature. And once I had learned what is truly important, I would find that which I seek. My younger self took those words to heart. And off I went to become a gleaner.
It's a nice shot. Take it for a shot.
Her words alone moved you to leave behind everything you'd ever known? You must have great respect for your mentor.
As it happens, gleaner work was much to my liking. And I all but forgot why I had pursued it in the first place. Yet, events conspired to put me back on the trail I'd abandoned.
Wait, are you saying you were tasked with finding this city of gold?
I was. And though my hunt is now entangled with the right of succession, I mean to see it through.
Well then, I understand completely. We all have our reasons for seeking the Golden City. Which is all the more reason for us to work together.
Just so.
Did it really take her this long?
She should have been back by now. What if something's happened to her? We need to tell Tobli and arrange a search party.
No, give her a minute.
Wait. Do you hear that?
Oh, she's writing it.
I did it!
You did a good job, Clement.
You're utterly spent, and small wonder.
Well done, Third Promise.
The ranch isn't going anywhere. Take a rest in the tent.
I think I will. Thank you all for believing in me.
Okay. So relieved the third promise came back to us safely. Oops! I clicked through that, didn't I? What'd she say? And the alpaca she tamed was a healthy-looking beast. Surely this will be enough to satisfy the beast of gold. Alright. Ice blue, raptor blue. Nah. Knowing the Pelu Pelu. Wilcomot still seems a bit unsteady on her feet, hardly surprising after you spent the night chasing alpacas. You know what will melt away fatigue like magic, though? Mate tea. I'll run to the ranch and get a pot brewing. That way you can take your time and your tea will be ready when you arrive. As Mablu so wisely suggested, we shall set a sour place for our exhausted third promise. Or I could just teleport there. came back ahead of the others, did you? I should hurry along to tea then. Willamette can't be that far behind. That tea really is magical. I feel better already. I see you've become more comfortable around our fuzzy friends. Watching this one taught me a lot about alpacas. What grasses and fruits they eat, what sounds they react to, their adorable little quirks. I guess I've grown fond of them. Welcome back, Third Promise. Accomplished the feat of gold, have you? Yes, there is no mistaking it, Valley Alpaca. I commend you on your success. Well done. Yes, we did it! Although I couldn't find a shiny one like Zorojal did. I'd be surprised if you had. Golden alpacas are born but once every few decades. They are elusive, solitary creatures that are rarely seen, much less captured, thanks to their innate physical and magical gifts. Only a single person is known to have caught one before, that being Gulul Jaja himself. Papa was chasing alpacas too? So my grandfather's stories say. It was before the founding of Tuliolal, in a time when the mountain giants, the Yakoi, held our people in thrall. Compelled by their overlords, our forebears would ride the alpaca mounts to the highlands to deliver gifts of food and other tributes. Those were wretched days, to hear grandfather tell it. Then came along the young Gulul Jaja, yet unburdened by the mantle of Dawnservant. Our people were amazed by this imposing two-headed figure equal to the Yakoi in stature, and puzzled by his entourage of mismatched companions. Oops. Gulul Jaja showed no such inclinations. He sat and spoke with us, sipping from the cups of mate tea we offered him, and grew somber when we learned of our plight. None could have anticipated that their visitor decided to do next. Gulul Jaja ascended the cliffs to face the giants and freed the Pelu Pelu from the Yakuoi's subjugation. He then turned an appraising eye upon our riders and proposed we take to the road to peddle our beverages. The suggestion seemed obvious for one who traveled as he did, intent on fostering enmity between the clans. So it was that a few words from Gulul Jaja transformed us into a clan of itinerant merchants. I've never heard the bond Papa forged with Pelu Pelu spoken of in that way before. The saga is not so detailed. And you may not know that Gulul Jaja sought a sure-footed guide for his trek up into the highlands. Thus did he capture a golden alpaca. So both my brother and my father caught the rarest of creatures. Well, an ordinary one was the best I could manage. The feat required no more than that, Third Promise. And you brought back a perfectly wonderful beast. Moblu's right. You're a perfectly wonderful beast. If anyone's ordinary, it's me. Not only did you accomplish the feat of gold, you also made many trades and brought joy to many people in true Pelu Pelu fashion. I sorely doubt your sibling could have achieved the same result. You should be proud of the accomplishments which earned you your keystone. So this is what they look like. Go on, set it in the tablet. A perfect fit. That leaves 6 more. You're well on your way, Third Promise. We'd have been lost without you, Moblu. Thanks to you, I learned so much about the Pelu people and your customs. It might seem obvious, but I've come to realize the importance of properly knowing something. It was because I didn't understand alpacas that I was uncomfortable around them. I'm thankful to you as well, miqo'te. You give me the courage to say what I wasn't sure I could ever say. Tobli, I want to leave the ranch and become a merchant. I appreciate everything you've done for me, and I've loved every moment of caring for the alpacas. But this is something I need to do. I need to walk my own path and make my own trades. As your parent, allow me to say one thing. I've always tried to give my wards lives filled with as much happiness as I could provide, yet never once have I wanted that to be the only happiness you knew. You have my blessing to walk the path you choose, Mablu. It gladdens me to hear you found a calling you wish to pursue with such passion. You will make an exceptional peddler, I'm sure of it. Thank you, Tobli. What did I tell you, Mablu? There's one last thing I can help you with, third promise. You need to find the Golden City, right? That's the end goal. Then I suggest you talk to the miqo'te. They once ruled over far more than just Urkopacha and the Pelu Pelu. 1,000 years ago, they were the overlords of Dawntrail and its peoples. During that era, the Pelu Pelu were commanded to search for a city of gold. They scoured every corner of the continent but never found any trace of that fabled place. But if they didn't find anything, what could the miqo'te have to tell us? They may have not found it, but the fact that they thought to look for it at all makes me curious. Perhaps there's value in delving into how the legend originated. We lose nothing from asking the question. Besides, if we're determined to follow the path of the saga, we'll be visiting the giants eventually. Oh, that's an icy mountain. I can tell now that the sun's out. Oh, Croyle, I have a question I've been meaning to ask, but since we finished with the feet, where did you acquire that earring? My earring, do you recognize it? Yes, pieces just like it first became fashionable in Dawntrail around 20 years ago. Since then, it's become common to wear one as a charm for safe travel. 20 years ago, right about the time my grandfather made his journey. Yet the Dawn Servant implied the earring was connected to the Golden City in some way. Surely there was more to its significance than simple fashion. If you want to know how it first came to be crafted, I could try to find out. Seeing as it's a regular seller for many merchants, I'm curious to learn about it myself. I would appreciate that very much, thank you. Jumping feet first into the peddler business, eh, Mablu? Right then, let's head back to Tuliyollal and get ready to search for the next elector. Farewell for now, and thanks for all your help. I will become Dawn Servant, so make sure you set aside your best mezcal for the occasion. She has a fearsome opponent of that brother of hers. He even brought a gold alpaca to heal. But you've heard Zorilja support his talk. They might see opportunity as the expansion as ambitions, but they find the man himself intimidating, terrifying even. Whereas I've grown to love miqo'te. Everyone she meets will come to love her too, and that's why she'll win the throne. You might be right, Mablu. You might be right. Well, yeah, there's more to ruling than just being imposing and intimidating and good at fighting. It feels good to have the Feast of Gold safely under our belt, even if my victory pales as the shiny alpaca. bother me, and gods know you'll be so supportive, but I want to be strong or wise like my brothers, to be a promise that people respect. Someone is barking. There we go, we have unlocked side quests. Alright, now that the side quests are unlocked.
Yoinking some leveling gear.
You'll get them from quests, you know.
I'll get you from quests.
I think I missed one of the hunt marks. Not so much misses. I don't think I can get to that area yet. I didn't even try, to be honest. Let me go to this next place first so I have a place to teleport to, and then I'll go see.
Good. Stupid bug flying in my face.
Kosamauka, the land of rainbow terraces. It commands the gaze of all who visit without fail. The many-colored marvel.
Too bad it's raining and I can't see this many-colored marble.
An endless torrent of water cascades over sheer cliffs to shape the wetlands below. To its relentless flow, all life must yield. Together with Wuklamat, we proceeded along the Marcy Trail, a road upon which the Dawn Servant and his comrades once traveled.
Look at those falls. Even from this distance, you can feel the weight of that water.
The Isle of Ham was impressive, but as you can see, Tulihiola does not want for natural wonders.
The ground is swampy, so watch your step. You wouldn't want to fall into a bog.
I won't. I told you I've been here before. Come on. Okanu isn't much farther.
She's gonna fall into a bog, isn't she?
Oh, probably.
Hey, aren't we supposed to be getting like a special mount? Or is that not until release?
Well, this is early access, so probably be on release. These are kind of cute, I guess. So she did fall. Why does Alpino get to decide who goes where? What gemstone stuff do you have?
He's got thighs.
Crafting stuff? Alright. Yes, I see that. Very funny.
Oh, and the meat too.
Uh-huh. Yes, very funny.
No, he literally has thighs though.
Yeah, I know.
Oh yeah, I guess I should attune to that, huh?
What's your battlecraft gear? Still the same stuff? Okay. Stuff I'm getting from those coffers anyway, that I'm holding on to for another character, or another job.
Oh my god, I just noticed your Chocobo's outfit.
Well, yeah, I had enough hunt stuff for it, so...
That is hilarious.
He looks the part. No, I don't use the voice command on my phone too much. I don't know how any of that works. A lot of houses are still damaged.
Feel free to narrate without muting.
Are you sure?
I'm very sure.
Okay. I don't want to like distract you or accidentally spoil something if I get ahead of you again.
Well, I'm ahead of you now, so. Hey, catch up, will ya?
Yeah, whatever. Let's see, the giant. Shotgun bundle suggests the reeds were harvested some time ago. Whoop! I'll walk right off. I wasn't paying attention. You don't have your mask on. Woven from reeds is built like vessels reminiscent of
I've always taken it off, like, in towns.
Oh. This boat must be woven from the same reeds I've seen gathered in bundles. Yes. I'm told they're ready to receive us now. Come to the large building in the south of the village. Okie dokie. Oh, Kona's here.
No sign of Zorolja or that oversized lout.
How much easier it would be if Zorolja were to fail here. But that isn't likely to happen.
Honored guests, I am Zanuhali, Elder of the Hanu. I am also an elector, charged with judging which among you is worthy of ascending the throne. Without further ado, let us talk of the feat.
Not so fast. Surely you couldn't begin without us.
We definitely could have began without you.
Ugh, you made it after all.
Can I fight him?
No need to fuss. There is no time limit for this challenge. Now, if you would allow me to proceed. It is here, in Okanu, where my people forged a bond with the Dawn Servant during our own chapter of the Tuli Yolal saga. In homage to those events, I have prepared for you the Feat of Reeds.
Reeds seem to be of great importance to the Hanu. I wonder what this feat entails.
We use reeds in every part of our lives, be it as food or weaving material. But look around the nearby paddies, and you will see that this season, our crops are failing. How fortunate, then, that my appointment to Elector coincided with this predicament. For surely, those who aspire to be Dawn Servant would find the matter of an ailing harvest a mere trifle to resolve.
Aye, well, it is indeed the duty of a ruler to address the people's woes.
Exactly, exactly. Do well in this, and you will earn my keystone.
Why bother mucking about in the mud when we can take the stone by force?
Oh, mercy me! You are a hot-headed fellow, Bakul Jaja. Some electors may enjoy going toe-to-toe with scrappers like you, but I refuse to entertain your base instincts. Arrangements have been made. Should you attempt to engage a feat giver in combat without their consent, word of your immediate disqualification will be sent to the palace. If you're still feeling feisty, then by all means, draw your weapon.
This contest is presided over by cowards. There's no sport in fighting you.
Then we can return to the business of earning my keystone. The feat of reeds is begun. Claimants, I wish you the best of luck.
The clever kitty crossed the seas to study foreign novelties. He might know tricks we don't. Tricks we can use.
What of Little Miss Mittens?
You know the answer to that. Compared to the first and second promise, she's a distant third. Not even in the running.
Then we see eye to eye on this, brother. Being Bakul Jaja so long with me has rubbed off on you. These allies of hers, though, they might be a problem.
Man, this guy likes to talk to himself in thin earshot of everybody. Can I just fight him? If I fight him and defeat him, does that disqualify him? That's how that works, right?
He's talking to his brother, of course.
Just as qualified to be here as they are. I'll show them.
Easy now. There's no time limit, remember? Let's keep calm and think things through.
Right. You're right. I won't win against that lumbering Vidrol by losing my head.
I don't know the first thing about farming, but if there's a way to save the harvest and help the Hannu, then we're going to find it. I'll make Bakul Jaja eat his words. Understanding the nature of the problem will be the key to solving it. We need to examine the reeds themselves and then deduce the cause of their poor condition. Aaron Bill, will you take us to the fields where the reeds are grown? Of course, follow me. In such a hurry, you're not gonna take in the scenery at all?
Oh, you know, that's a good point. It is pretty, well, pretty. But yeah, now you can see the colors now that it's not a, oh yeah, random, he's pulling the mobs. Yeah, the colors are really pretty now it's not raining.
No, it's not raining, yeah. You can all stand back. I'll get to the bottom of this problem. Give me strength. Let us all scour the fields and help our bold leader identify anything unusual. Sounds good, Aaron Bill. Hey, someone has a Mountain Dew bird.
Oh yeah, I saw someone with that in the other town that I can't pronounce.
The reeds appear wilted and unhealthy. The water contains no obvious containments and looks fresh and clear at a cursory glance. Okay, so probably not the water? Did the rain that just damaged them? The soil in the paddies is as one would expect, rich in color and suitably moist, not dry nor flaky. frog!
Froggy!
A small frog catches your eye. Strangely lackadaisical, it doesn't even bother to hop when it eventually scurries away. Lethargic. Oh, what's that mean?
It means like tired, run down, not very
okay.
Like slow.
See, enough. I'll call everyone together and we can share our discoveries. But what do we think? Any obvious problems? I agree, the waters look to be of good quality, as does the bud in which the reeds have been planted. The frogs and insects are unusually torpid. This suggests the problem is affecting not only the reeds, but also the creatures who live among them. Could something invisible to naked eye be polluting the water? We would need an alchemist to know for certain. I don't have much to add about the fields, but something else occurs to me. When you were describing how the creatures seemed lifeless, I couldn't help but be reminded of all the listless villagers. They've suffered a terrible tragedy, I know, but there's another reason for their flaking spirits, I believe. Go on. The festival. This is traditionally an occasion for celebration and renewal, so without it, the Hanu are struggling even more to recover. The last time I visited, the village was in the middle of the festivities. You'll never see the Hanu more joyful and alive. It's an indispensable part of their culture, and its absence will only compound their woes. So I say we help them put on their festival, give them a reason to cheer in these sad times. Who knows, maybe fixing one problem could lead to a solution for the other. Stranger things have happened. Right? I fail to see the relation between festivals and fields. Let's not be too hasty in dismissing the idea. Things which seem unrelated can later prove to be connected in surprising ways. True, and being bereft of ideas as we are, any proposal is worth entertaining. I suppose. Besides, this is Wook Lamott's journey. It's only right we follow her lead. Thanks, everyone. By the way, does anyone know where the festival float is? It's like a boat woven from reeds that looks like a bird. In that big building to the north. Let's go and see it. Well, if they use the reeds to make the float, that makes sense. Come on, Aaronville. There's much less debate when I'm traveling alone. He has a little slime.
Yep.
Man, why can't any of these creatures be a hunt mark? Oh, there's Rathlos again.
Seems a little lost. Was he finding Ethicurs, maybe?
I think he was just doing stuff.
Pretty far away.
Oh, hi dudes. Did I find new friends?
Yeah. They look a little mean.
Nah, they're fine. Yeah, this is the float I remember. Does it not appear somewhat damaged to you? We should take a closer look. Inspect the festival float. Oh yeah, one of those things? Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
it's kind of cute.
Missing an eye. That's the first thing I noticed without the special camera. Oh dear, one of the bird's eyes seems to be missing a gemstone. Oh, that's definitely broken. How will they lift this great big vessel without all the carrying poles intact? These tail feathers have seen better days. I swear the colors were a lot brighter the last time I saw them. Well, I think we can all agree the bird boat is in dire need of repairs. Now, how do we go about fixing it? What is going on here? We were admiring their vessel boat. It's a shame it's in such poor state. Due to the recent storm, I gather? Yes, we had to leave it exposed while we assured our people to safety. With the float in this condition, there can be no lifting of wings. No, Ilha Hana, that's what the festival is called. I want to help you hold it. Have you not seen our village? Homes are ruined. We're struggling to make repairs, and you want us to hold a harvest festival? I know how it sounds, but giving into misery never improved anyone's situation. A celebration of life and growth may help give you the strength to work through this tragedy. The role of festival leader is mine this year, and there's nothing I'd like more than to lift everyone's spirits. But we don't have enough materials to repair the float. We need a voxca for the missing eye. Let's see. Uyopo wood for the poles, and feathers from the winds chosen to adorn the tail. 2 of these I know. A voxica is a type of precious stone used in arcane equipment, and Uyopo wood is essential for crafting of ceremonial instruments. Those chosen feathers, however. The winds chosen is the victor of the competition in which the contestants see who can blow a feather the furthest using wind magics. And that's something of a problem right now. We Hanu are gifted at employing such airy sorceries, but expend a great deal of mana when doing so. We are soon exhausted by the effort, and having no reeds to eat will only make it harder. I think I understand. Your vibrant reeds grow quickly and vigorously, so much so that they stifle the development of nearby plants. They must be a potent source of the energies you naturally lack. They are indeed. Owing to the poor harvest this year, we've been left enervated. And if we cannot gather the correct materials as detected by custom, we cannot repair the festival float. Oddly enough, we may have just stumbled upon our solution. The winds chosen would, by necessity, have a natural gift for manipulating magical energies, which means any feathers taken from the victor should be high in ethereal conductivity. The float's construction also requires a stone used in arcane equipment, as well as timber favored for ceremonial tools. The demand for such specific materials must have an underlying reason. Precisely what I was thinking. This boat of reeds is in fact an arcane focus of some kind. A focus for what? Oh. Ihyana is a harvest festival, isn't it? That must mean the float was made to encourage healthy crops, so if we repair the boat and hold the vessel, its arcane powers might fix what's wrong with the reeds. We won't know until we try, but it is a sound theory. Celebration, prayer, ritual, ceremonies, these have all been known to elicit miraculous effects. Wait, the float is a tool for magic. This is the first I'm hearing of it. In the beginning, it may well not have been. After a good harvest year, there would be no reason to change it. But when the harvest was poor, new adornments were likely added, and those who performed the labor may have imbued their work with ardent hopes of a brighter future. Through years of trial and error, the Hanu would have refined their festival float into a focus for harvest prayers. Incredible. I know you're practically fainting from hunger, but reviving I can't say the festival name right.
I can't help you, I don't know. It's doing better than me.
Reviving the festival really does sound like the solution to all your woes, and I promise we'll do everything in our power to help you. I'm still not convinced about this focus business, but I accept your aid nonetheless. I will introduce you to the shipwright who's been maintaining the float these last few years. He's replaced both the eyes and the poles before, so we should know where to procure what we need. Then allow Alize and I to acquire the feathers. We will encourage the people of Okanu to gather and vie for the title once chosen by sharing with them our own reserves of mana. I'll go with you. I carry some alchemical brews that may afford the same effect. Not without me. I've worked hard to fix the float as best I can. The responsibility is mine after all. I've not introduced myself, have I? My name is Linu Hanu. Nice to meet you, Linu Hanu, and certainly, let's all go together.
That's an easy name.
Well, the character names aren't... I don't usually stumble too much with. Forward experience, your knowledge, or valuable assets, but there's something... The shipwright's name is Wook Evu. He's a Brawl who only moved to... Oh, so he's a Hrothgar. He's especially strict when it comes to manners and makes sure to offer him a proper Hanu greeting. You wouldn't want to offend him right before asking a favor. I don't remember how it goes. You can give me a new emote. Is there gonna be a quest for a new greeting emote? Like what the dwarves had. Laliho.
I'm pretty sure we had to do that with the Vanu Vanu, right?
No, I don't think so. They have like combat dances or something.
I thought they didn't they have some kind of funny dance and you had to do it or they wouldn't trust you or something?
Oh yeah, well, maybe they did. This been well since I've done Heaven's Word.
Yeah, it was a couple of months ago, which might as well be a couple years ago.
Well, for me, it's been a couple of years. So.
Yeah.
Village of the Ball. As for Wook Evu, he lives and works in the from me.
Llamas.
Alpacas.
Alpacas, same thing.
No, they're not the same thing!
Yeah, they're basically the same thing.
They're not the same thing.
Yeah, alpaca is just German for llama, so it's the same thing.
Not the same thing.
What do you want with me?
Right. The greeting. Ohokali!
Ohokali!
She did remember it. Here I thought she was gonna mess it up. I was so worried.
Good. You brought your manners with you. When in Okanu, do as the Hanu do. For a country as diverse as ours, the preservation of harmony demands that we respect the cultures of all peoples who call it home.
Well, that explains your familiarity with Hanu customs. And you speak truth, of course. To live together means to learn about each other.
Ah, I appreciate an open mind. In fact, I get the sense we've met before. You're Wuklamat. Oh, what an unexpected honor for old Wukevu. Here I am prattling on about manners, and I've gone and insulted the third province herself. There is no excuse for this betrayal of etiquette.
Oh no.
Please, take up your axe and claim my impudent head.
I will not. Keep your head. I hate formalities anyway, so forget about it, all right?
All right then. Consider it forgotten.
You're covered fast.
How prompt.
We're actually here about the Ihihana float. It's in bad shape, and
Ihihana.
we need you
Okay.
to craft new carrying poles and a new eye. I'm told you work with Uyuipo wood and a certain kind of stone? Abokisha?
That I do. But while I would like nothing more than to offer my services, I just used the last I had of both those materials. My lumber in particular went to fixing homes damaged by the recent storm. I'll need 10 days or so to restock.
We can't wait that long. If you tell me where to go, I'll gather them myself.
What? Send the third promise out on an errand like some common lackey? That's utterly unconscionable. A gross violation of social protocol.
I told you not to worry about such things.
All right then. I shan't worry a whit.
Oh my gosh, he recovered so quickly. Just go with it, Wuklamat.
What's with your Hanu friend there?
I am festival leader this season, and have come along to oversee the float's repair. As strange as it may sound, Wuklamat and her friends believe the float is an arcane focus, meant to encourage the growth of our struggling reeds.
Too many Hanu have forgotten, it seems. But that is indeed the true purpose of the lifting of wings. Your education is impressive, Third Promise.
Just go with it.
Well, maybe a little.
Allow me to show you where to procure Uyuipo. We can leave the Abokisha to your friends, I presume? Take yourself to Cave Kikitola, or thereabouts, and you should find the stones you need.
I've been there once or twice. I can guide you.
That should save us some time.
All right then. Let's get moving.
This little bastard.
Chosen one of your rivals is making progress.
Ihihana, you say? Should our first choice fail to deliver, it might be wise to let this play out. The third-rate promise is making herself useful after all.
Can I fight this guy yet? I know it's gonna happen at least once.
We will. They're building up to it.
Oh yeah, for sure. Cave Kiki's southwest of Hanu. You can return to the village first and head there on foot. Sounds good to me. I'm curious. Oh, wait. There's like... Ah, it's right there!
Oh, is there a thing?
Yeah, I was curious.
I'm curious.
It said 80-70 off. So I was like, what? Where? Alright, there we go. I was just curious if there was one nearby. People don't like the ether currents, but it's like the whole point of them is to make you explore the map. I see you better. It's funny that the 15 car does not have the same ground speed as the motorcycle.
Yeah, it is kind of funny.
I may as well see south. Oh, there's one southeast. I'll look for later. I don't want to go too far off my path. Excuse me, big guy.
That was kind of funny looking. Ow.
Oh, Sammy's coming.
Ooh, dummies.
He's got a little cactar on his butt. Southwest of here, was it? Let's be on our way. Oh, go grab the alpaca key. Not that I use them, but I want the little marker to go away.
Oh yeah, that's annoying.
At least it's not on the map, but I'll see it every time I walk by here. Oh, there's one.
Is that a hunt?
Yep. Only needed one. Sweet. There's another one back on that first map, but I think it's on the part of the map we can't get to yet? Maybe? Cave Kikitola, as promised. Home to many deadly creatures. Venture inside if you feel confident, but I will conduct my own search out here. Spot raw by its green-hued glimmer. Bring anything matching that description to me. Mokidoki. To the west. Well, we have to go west anyway, so maybe it's in the cave. Yep, there's right over there. I see it. The ether current right over there. Hey, I want to get the ether current. I don't got time for you. Thank you. Take it. Oh, no monster this time. Picked over the ground near the entrance and found nothing. Maybe. Is this what we need? Okay. Along with Carl's contribution, we have more than enough for our needs. The stones you've brought shine very brightly. Thank you both. But when the big storm hit, he did not survive. Aw, I'm sorry about your friend. Yes, it hurt to hear, but she was right. Though I must mourn, I cannot let my grief consume me. Her words made me realize that the path to my recovery, our recovery, is already laid out before me, and I will walk it, for myself and for my friend. Thank you for sharing your story with us. Please, rest assured that we've taken your plight to heart. I am certain our companions are procuring the other materials as we speak. Everything will come together, and the Hanu shall host a splendid, uplifting festival. That we shall. With that, let us return and deliver the Avoksha into Wuk Ibu's waiting hands. This looks nice.
Oh, fish.
Yep, evil fishy. Hello, Mr. Beetle. I already got one of you. I don't need any more.
Bug.
Giant beetles.
Yeah, this game is buggy. Dragon.
Yep, Rathlos is back. Something sold. Cool. Wonder where Kona has gone. So which one do you think Thancred and Urianger are helping? Because we're definitely helping one of the claimants.
The only one to me that makes sense would be Koana or Koana.
Kona.
Kona?
They just say Kona. So
Kona?
Unless I'm missing the pronunciation of the first A, it sounds like they're just saying Kona.
Yeah, because I don't think they would help the two warmongering ones.
Yeah, I don't think they'd help the one that wants to go after Garlabald in the weakened state, which is the actual child of the Dawn Servant.
I think Kona had connections to Charlian, so I could see could see them being connected that way.
Wonder why they're not. I mean, I understand why I wouldn't be seeing Thancred, because the guy likes to work from the shadows, but I'm a little surprised Urianger isn't walking around with him. Though it's probably on purpose. They know we're coming here, so. This Thancred was spying on us.
Urianger was in, Thancred's spying party, so he's probably, more secret-y than we
No, I know.
realize.
No, well, no, he is, because he's lied to us, twice about this whole adventure.
Yeah.
But we know they know that we came here. Because Thancred was spying on our conversation with Graha. At the end of Endwalker.
Yeah, Urianger had, a map or something, right? I don't think we saw what it was, but he showed Thancred like a something
I thought it was a letter or a notice or something.
Was it?
I thought it was like a letter, yeah. Here you go, dude. Let's see.
I'm gonna do it.
What are you gonna do? You gonna jump
I'm
off?
gonna jump. Whee! I hope I don't land on an enemy that immediately kills me. Okay, we're good.
Well, it's a good thing I'm a red mage, huh?
Yeah. Well, you could always just swap classes, but whatever. It's still convenient.
It's so weird not having all the orange numbers anymore.
Oh, and the character screen?
Yeah, when you reach max level.
Well, that is very unsatisfying to look at.
It is, isn't it?
My gear isn't best in slot anymore.
Well, I think it is until like halfway to until like 95, 96.
It's pretty much, yeah, it's might even be longer than that.
I was gonna say, usually the best in slot stuff, even if it's like just the tome gear augmented, it can usually get you to the 3rd, maybe 4th dungeon of the new expansion.
When I went through Endwalker, the gear didn't even start getting better until like 88, 90.
Yeah, I think a lot of it's like catch-up gear for people who are going through story for the first time, you know.
Yeah, because like the grade gear, even though it's like a higher eye level at some points, it'll actually be worse than like the raid gear because it's like not blue or whatever.
But that's why I haven't opened these coffers yet. I was going to use those for other jobs.
Oh yeah, I normally do that too.
Let's see, first of all, that's everything I did. Any something else I've spoken to the receipt the same as heading. That guy's gonna mess it up somehow.
It'll be fine.
The guy's gonna mess it up somehow. Over there by the float, isn't that the 3rd promise? Then the rumors are true. She's trying to complete the Feast of Reeds by reviving Ihana. The vessel is a prayer for healthy crops, but does she honestly believe that will be enough to save our harvest? The 2nd promise, however, barely glanced at the fields before leaving Okanu altogether. Maybe we asked too much of our young claimants. Oh, I wouldn't be too quick to count Kona out. A friend of mine overheard him muttering about by the reed something about what needs to be done. Is that so? Perhaps we'll get to see another of his innovations firsthand. That sounds like our Kona. One look at the reeds was all he needed to think of a solution. Be that as it may, our own solution is nearly ready. Indeed, as soon as the others get back, our long-awaited festival can begin. It took some doing, but we managed to gather competitors to vie for the title of Winds Chosen. The winner was only too happy to donate his feathers. You should have seen it. He called forth the incredible gust that sent his feathers sailing for Malms. We had to turn her ourselves, but it's more difficult than it looks. Poor Aaronville swirled in the air for a moment before landing on his foot. I am a gleaner. Magic is not part of our training. As the rest, we brought the wood and gemstone replacements crafted by Wook Evu. And all that's left is to attach them. decided who will ride the float. Papa was the guest of honor the last time I was here. I remember being surprised they could even lift the thing with his hulking weight on top of it. The rider must be a personage of great esteem, which is why an invitation is usually extended to the Dawn Servant. This time, however, I have another in mind. Oh, who is it? Our beloved Iana, the lifting wings, is only being held because of you and your companions. Thus do I nominate you, miqo'te, as our guest of honor. But me? This boat won't make you seasick, will it? I don't think so. It'll make you airsick. Then weigh anchor. I can hardly refuse a request from one even more enthusiastic about the festival than me. I would be delighted to ride your float. Thank you, miqo'te. I have rules for the rest of you as well. We'll be carrying the festival float in a slow procession towards Kotonowaki, where the sacred likeness of Kixley is, and whatever. All these hard words!
You're doing great! Better than I'm doing.
What I'd like you to do is clear the path of dangerous wildlife, so that the procession can move along unimpeded. Consider it done. You expect me to sit still until miqo'te has finished with the float? Let me come along and help with the clearing. As you know, I'm not much for fighting. I'll stay behind and assist miqo'te with the repairs. If you weren't sure where you need to go, the path I spoke of begins at the south of the village and branches off to the east. That will lead you across the bridges to the Stride of the Sun. Then we shall see to clearing it end to end. You know, I bet Arenville is actually a really good fighter, and it's just gonna be an awesome reveal later.
Oh, what if he's like the main villain and he's just like, yeah.
You know what if he's actually secretly a Viper?
Maybe.
There's no way you're a gleaner and don't know how to fight. All the troweling you do. As Linhan said, it should be on its way, then off to the east, within the path branches. Then something about bridges and the strides of the sun? For trimming? I take it you don't have any Gissel greens?
I don't. I thought I kept them in my chocobo bag, but they're not there.
Come here.
Oh, you have some for me?
I have some I can trade. I bought some. There. Oh my god.
Funny number!
Uh-huh.
Alright. Let me use them before I forget. There we go.
You have to refresh it every like 30 minutes or so. You can refresh it sooner and it'll just add on to the time. I think sometimes people will use the Gissel greens twice because then the chocobo stays out for about an hour.
Oh, looks like we only get one since we're in a party. Cool.
Yeah. Sometimes it gives you, sometimes it does that, sometimes you still have to fight your own. Well, there's Cryle. I know, I'm just
look
checking.
at her.
Just checking, Cryle. I have faith in you, don't worry. That Barding's so silly. He has a chocobo on his butt.
It's great. I love that.
Oh, is that Reaper just chilling?
I think he was doing the same quest.
No. There might be an ether current not too far from where we're going. We're kind of heading northeast.
Oh, yeah.
So do ninjas just now always have a faster speed when they're running, and not just when your daggers are out?
I think it was... Maybe they changed it a while ago, but I'm pretty sure it was always faster, just...
Well, I knew you guys... I knew ninjas ran faster with your daggers were out. But sometimes you run ahead of me even when you're just normal running, so I wondered if that was one of the changes.
I think it's just all the time ninjas have movement speed. I think it used to be that way too. Maybe they changed it, like, I don't know, in Shadowbringers or something.
Maybe I never noticed. Because Huton's a trait now, right? Or will be soon if it's not.
Yeah, but that didn't increase the movement speed. It just was...
Oh, I thought Huton increased movement speed.
No, it was just GCD, basically.
Okay. What was it that increased movement speed, then?
It's a trait called
it's just
Fleet of
another
Foot.
trait. Okay.
Yeah. My mug got replaced, and it's now this cool ability. It's a little more ninja themed than like thief themed, but I'm gonna forget what it's called and just continue to call it mug.
Close enough. If it more or less does the same thing, then yeah.
It's literally the same ability. It's just it's got a cooler
name.
animation name, and yeah, it's got a different name and a cooler animation.
Deity of the harvest, huh? Makes you appreciate how much their culture evolved around the reed harvest, doesn't it? It's said that Kiksaihi was worshipped on another continent. This ancient faith was then brought to Tural by the first Hanu. The Hanu migrate here from another continent, and mayhap the two do share a common ancestor. This is all very fascinating, but we shouldn't be getting back to Linu Hanu. He'll want to know the path is safe for the procession. Right, and I need to ride on the float. I'll run ahead and tell him we're done here. Something's gonna go wrong, I just feel it.
Uh-oh. Meanwhile.
Yeah, see? See? Yep.
Not sure we heard you right, old man. Why don't you say that again?
As many times as you'd like. The third promise tasked me with repairing this float, and I'll not relinquish it to an uncultured brute like you. Much less one that can't even manage a simple greeting.
We wanted to handle this in a civilized way, but we're more than willing to kill you.
We have a two-headed problem. Yes, please hurry. She's on her way back already?
Stand back, Wukevu! I will protect the float!
Doesn't that guy get disqualified if he hurts anybody?
I think as long as he doesn't hurt the tablet holder, or whatever they call him.
I could never have repaired the float alone. Not properly. But thanks to Wuklamat and her friends, we can hold Ihihana again! This is a priceless treasure! And as festival leader, I would die to protect it!
Very well. If that's what you want.
Luke will not run faster. There she is.
Everything into that blow.
Maybe if you didn't scream, you could have gotten by surprise.
Good.
She was running kind of loud too.
Better for you to understand that gulf between us. But you need more lessons. We'll carve them into your mangy hide until you cry and beg forgiveness.
No, let me handle this. I'm gonna kick him.
Your brilliant plan was to steal the float and take the credit. The so-called blessed siblings are nothing but cheats.
Your scorn is sweet music. Come, weaklings. We'll crush you each in turn. Or all together, if you like.
Calm yourself, Chosen One. If you fight in earnest, this will end in a massacre. What's more, we have word that our other prospect is on the verge of success.
Then it would be foolish to expend effort sweating nuts.
Lucky for you. Eh?
Two heads. I see Mamuk still clings to that loathsome hope.
Talk to us, Third Promise. You're not dying, are you?
She's fine.
It'll take more than that to kill me. So, are we having this festival or not?
Yes! Yes, we are!
Look at that big old smile. You are welcome. Try to protect the float, but against the two-head will not have been there at all. Nonsense. You stood your ground and bought us the time we needed to make it back. You were incredibly brave. I think our chocobos are stuck.
Oh, they're getting along, it seems.
With that exciting interlude over, you'll be pleased to know that my repairs are finished as well. Before we commence the festival, however, it would be my courtesy to inform the villagers that Ihihana will be held after all. Go forth, but do not forget your greetings. At this stage, I should hope the reminder is unnecessary. Oh, Akui, see? I remember.
Is that bird bothering you?
No. Oh, another thing I do and say. Darn it, game.
Oh god, I have to spell that?
You could probably just copy and paste it.
Oh. Ohokali?
You could
Ohokali dokali? Are we fucking Ned Flanders now?
You could probably just copy and paste it. See, you did it.
Ohokali dokali.
Oh, good. That's not
Howdy do, neighborino.
That's not how you'd say it.
Well, ain't that a dilly of a pickle?
Oh my god. That's gonna be an emote at some point, I can just see it.
It's gotta be, right? The tribe quest.
It rains a lot in this area.
I mean, it's a rainforest.
Is it a rainforest? I don't know how to tell the difference.
I don't know, it's a forest and it's raining, so it's a rainforest.
Oh, I mean, that makes sense, I guess. I'm just wondering what part of the Americas this area is based on.
The Amazon.
Oh, yeah, thank you. It's like I knew there was one.
So few have come.
Patience. Once Ihihana gets underway, no Hanu will be able to resist joining in.
Just so. Ukewu knows well the heart of the Hanu. Have faith, Third Promise, and climb aboard the float. It is time for the lifting of wings.
Right. Off we go.
Ihihana is a
love the float.
prayer for bountiful harvest. But this is not its only meaning. It is also an exchange of pledges between rider and bearers, a commitment to a long and fruitful friendship.
Listen well, friends! The personage we bear today is Wuklamat, the savior of our beloved festival! Let your shoulders burn, or your feathers fall out, but do not even think of dropping her! Ready and...
I could get used to this.
Will empty bellies stop you from joining in the fun? Come and help us carry the float!
Well, well, well. To see the day that Dawn's promise would ride our boat again. We've not had the honor since you were here, Gulul Jaja.
Right, we've enough bearers now. Onwards to Kozaduaki!
Watch well, for you are about to bear witness to the true glory of Ihihana. The float draws upon our life force, concentrating and amplifying the energy. Kishaihi then receives that energy and expels it in a great burst, where it showers down upon the land to replenish its vital currents.
Well, that was fast.
Wow.
It worked.
Like a literal charm.
The float really was helping the reeds.
That was amazing! To think that such a thing was even possible!
Should I have let the boat behind like that? I'm excited to see the reeds. Nothing to worry yourself over. My brethren have been swept away by vessel fees. Last I saw, they were taking turns at the carrying poles on the way back to the village. Please feel free to look over the fields and enjoy the sight of what you've accomplished. I wonder what Kono was going to do. Probably an invention so they don't have to rely on the festival, I suppose.
Some of them still look a bit sickly.
I imagine even the harvest magic has its limits. If the Hanu continue their festival tradition year after year, though, the entire field should eventually recover.
Where does that leave us with the feet, then?
You've got nothing to fear on that account. Our situation could never have resolved itself. The revival of even a single reed would have served to demonstrate your commitment to the task. That you recognize the nature of the float and found a near-perfect solution in Ihihana proves your dedication. What's more, I don't think I've seen the festival produce such impressive results since I was a mere chirper. We have been lax in maintaining the float, diluting its magic and reducing Ihihana to hollow theater.
Connor!
I was delayed by an unpleasant encounter, but it seems I arrived at a good time.
Alchemical solution. Right, a way to do it without the festival. That's what I figured he was doing.
Yeah.
Oh, isn't that wonderful?
What? You just pour in some mystery liquid and problem solved?
Stagnant ether was to blame for the reed's poor condition. I assumed that was an alchemical concoction which enhances ethereal conductivity. It utilized the flowing water as an ethereal current, thereby promoting the transfer of life energies.
A method I could not have devised without the education I received at the studium and the cooperation of my Archon allies.
Ah, it is him.
Yeah.
Archon allies?
You see, Lamachi, this is why we need to embrace foreign knowledge and technology. Employed appropriately, they make light work of what would otherwise be arduous labor. There's no need to lug around heavy floats.
Well, you always were the clever one, brother.
Your approach was no less effective, Wuklamat. It achieved the same result.
Indeed it did. And you enjoyed the festival, yes?
I did. It was so much fun. Having visited your village before, I thought I knew everything about it. As it turns out, I knew very little. About the reeds, about Ihihana. With all I've learned this time, I feel as though I've really come to know the Hanu. And I like you even more now than I did before.
The feeling is mutual. And it's not just you who had a lot to learn either. I'll never look at our float the same way again.
The two of you have exceeded expectations. Come forth and claim your stones.
Five more to go.
And on to the next.
Okay, bye.
Not even a moment of celebration. That's Kona for you.
A third promise? You must join us for Ihihana next season. As Dawn Servant, of course.
Right. It's back to Tulihiola for now. Thank you for having us. I look forward to seeing you all again.
These are interesting times indeed. The concoction was brewed by Kona himself. It's a test vial, but it should contain the same reagents.
Good work. We'll use whatever we must to win. For win we must.
Not that there's anything wrong with Kono's approach. The traditions are there for a reason.
That's true. I think Woklamat not only solved the problem, but she also, like, brought people closer, which is, like, bonus, you know?
Right, yeah, I mean, she's also learning more about the very people she's going to be ruling, which is just as important. Kona fixed it and then he left, like, he didn't even bother to get to know them.
From a pure practicality standpoint, I can understand that, like, using a potion is way more efficient than carrying out an entire ceremony, but, I mean, there's pros and cons to both, right?
Right, like I said, there's nothing wrong with his approach, it's just knowing the people you're going to rule is just as important. You can't just throw alchemy and technology at everything. My journey has just started already. I've met so many wonderful people. Look, Ebu for one, he's a bit eccentric, but everyone could stand to be as respectful to their elders as he is, cultures as he is. And Linu Hanu, it warmed my heart to see him honor his departed friend through Ihihana and to help others do the same. I can't help but feel excited thinking who else I might meet over the course of the contest. Come on, let's head back to FFXIV. Cool. Alright, let's go grab the Ether Current quest and then we will head back to the city. Or I will head back to the city. I don't know what you're gonna do. This is probably where you will unlock the crafting and gathering stuff too. How might a third promise? How might I assist you this fine day? Well, met roughly. I need to buff a nasty neck out of my axe blade. Let's see. She's gathering artisans. Ask this question. Tis child's play. Of this grand center of trade, a pleasure to meet you. You there, stop dithering in the shadows and announce your business already. Oh, it's that guy. He was on the ship. I've seen that man somewhere before. A jewelry maker you met on the voyage over. Oh, I remember. I spoke with him too. Fonjin? Yes, that was his name. You've been loitering like a flighty admirer who can't pluck up the courage to confess his feelings. Out with it then. Why are you here? That is to say... Oh, he's gone. No, we're no close to solving the enigma. I wonder if he could use someone to talk to. I say we go and ask. Let me know by link pearl if you find him first. Okay, bye!
There are multiple tacos on the market board.
I am going to sit here and walk around a little bit. I feel stiff.
Yeah, I do too.
Alright, well, stream will be back up later then.
Okie dokie.